Alright, what's up, y'all? It's me, your boy, Twy. And guess what? We're gonna try and finish Shining Pearl today. We're at Spear Pillar, pretty much, I think. I think that I'm at the door to Spear Pillar right now. We're gonna kick Cyrus's ass. Probably catch the legendary Pokemon. You know, all that jazz. And I'm here for it. It's a good day. A very good day. So let's just have a great time, chill a little bit, you know, all that nonsense. It's not really nonsense, I guess, but you know what I mean. You know, I realized I haven't watched this intro, so we're gonna do that. Sorry, I didn't mean for that to be so loud. It's my watch. Hey, Rabbit, how you doing? What's going on? Always a pleasure to see you. Man, it's a little choppy. Not to be that 30 frames per second shit. Good enough. Take a look at this and see. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Now, Coronet, let's go through the door and oh, okay. Why is it crackling? I don't like that. Is it crackling for you guys too? Ooh, it's a little slow. Man, maybe I should stream it. Maybe I should capture this at 60. I don't know. You hear no crackles? All right. There. Hey, Eggers, how you doing? Hagers, I guess you could say. I don't know. I've probably said it like a million times before. I wouldn't even remember. Let's do it. Let's do this, Zounds. Something huge. Yeah, and the charity's in 2 days. It's just a good week. Oh boy. Grunt and grunt. Dusty and stunky. Oh boy. God, my outfit looks so good. Come on, Nina. Really should have planned that better. I forgot this was going to be a double battle, even though I should have known that. Of course you use that. Thank God. I would have called some bullshit. Yeah, and you were off on Friday. Hell yeah. Hopefully I'll see a bunch of you guys out at the charity. That'll be fun. I'm the opener, so you know. Sure, it'll be a fun time. Glam meow. Yeah. Yeah, you can't protect 2 times in a row. Who do you think you are? Use it or lose it hours, aren't they something? It's literally all I have anyways, attack moves. What do you... Yeah. How's everyone doing today? Chilling, I hope. Having a good day. Yeah, you shudder, all right. Having a nice chill day, I hope. Or, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be chill, but I hope it's at least nice. You'll be in the car. Oh, that's right, you told me that. It's okay, the VOD will be there. And I'll be in plenty of other blocks, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Call Palkia, come on. Hello, Palisade. Space goes pretty good. It's just starting. Oh boy. What's gonna happen? Yeah, deity. Hey, Mars. Jupiter. What's up, ass face? Let's do it. Wow. It's inventing the internet. Run! Oh no. Oh boy, are we gonna start off with 2 fucking bronzer? Yep. Did Assface heal me? No. Why? I wonder if they're both Levitate. They are. Oh, damn. True. Let me just get let me get Van Zeeks out here. Van Zeeks will make no wait, why did I pick Van Zeek? Oh my god. I meant Nina. This is what happens when you have Van Zeeks on the brain all the time. Ugh. We're starting off strong, y'all. It's alright. Just let Munchlax take care of this shit. Why would you? Okay. No, nothing I can do here is going to be very good, so let's get everybody out. Why not? Okay. These two sending out double bronzer was always so annoying in the original game because bronzer had like 2 fewer weaknesses to. Fire types are so scarce in Sinnoh, and these both have Levitate, so their only weakness was fire. Or their only weakness is fire in Gen 4, so. Absolute pain in the dick. Oh my god, you're useless. Alright, Brogly. Fucking corset tail. Joy-Con. Thank you. You wish they kept lethal? Yeah. Okay, that was hilarious. I know what you meant. Why did you lead with Munchlax when you have that? Oh my god. Barry, you don't make any sense to me, bitch. Yeah, Barry still leads with Munchlax. How you doing, Mayo? Good to see you, my friend. Oh, he's got the Quick Claw. Why would you use Quick Attack? You have the Quick Claw. Ugh. Game. Okay, with any luck, it... The Taco Bell Pokemon himself. Or herself, I guess. These... Oh, why would you... Oh. Is there audio lag? Oh, no one mentioned it. It is kind of like choppy on my preview. How would I fix something like that? Nina wants to learn Tailwind. Oh, you hear the audio lag? Okay. Well, how do I fix that? Maybe if I, like, turn the capture off and start it again? I don't know. Try that. Yeah, I definitely did not set an audio delay. That wouldn't have done it. Maybe... Oh, hold on. Deactivate. Reactivate. There we go. I should be back now. Oh, OBS, you old soft serve. Oh, that looks better. Yeah. Oh, I don't want Tailwind. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Okay. Rip Nina. What the hell even is Snarl? What does that do? Alright, sweetheart, get back out there. Thank you for letting me know, y'all. What are you gonna do? Barry, you are the worst trainer on the history of the planet. In the history of the planet. You deserve that. Interesting. I don't remember that move. Yeah, he is. I guess he didn't have anything that could have possibly hurt or done much to the Golbat, but every bit helped. It's a level 42 Weasel. Oh my god, you're trash. Maybe I'm being a little mean to Barry, but he should at least have a what's it called by now? Why does it have that? Also, I'm dropping frames like a little motherfucker, huh? Alright, Van Zeeks, come on out here. Holy crap. Why? Why would you... You deserve that. You know, this variable bitrate thing isn't working out for me. Actually, no, it's not. It's not on. Whoops. OBS has a setting to vary the bitrate up in case the network conditions drop. But it seems to have subsided for now, so I'm not going to worry about it. I have to mess with some stuff tomorrow when I'm off. Oh, you have your whole... Oh, we have a team of 12. That hardly seems fair, but okay. I thought I had turned the dynamic bitrate on, but it was actually off, but whatever. It's fine. We'll deal. Commander Mars and Commander Jupe. Oh wow, that's a lot of money. Please heal me. Thank you. Yeah, it's my show now. Let's fight Cyrus. No-Nose himself. You don't look very good for 27, dude. Oh, Palkia. Oh my. What? Is it too much for even your pea brain to understand? Oh. Hi. What's up, Yuxi? And Mesprit? And Azelf? What are y'all doing? How y'all doing? I remember none of this. But I guess they had to destroy the red chain. That's what happened. So they saved the world. I was wondering how we stopped Palkia. Pog, right? Yeah. Pretty champ. Hey, Messi. Girl. You're not intimidating. The chibis are not intimidating. Wow, you evolved. The fog. Okay. Well, GG. $17.76, wow. Alright, Nina, get back in here. Wait, is his team Honchkrow, Gyarados, and Golbat? Is there a fourth thing? Because that's a pretty bad team. I do love this battle background, I have to say. He looks terrifying in this art style. It's actually wild. What is that? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. The Wakanda berry. Oh my. He has a fourth thing, but I hope it's not weak to electric. Weavile. Oh. Yeah, sure. Da, 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 da. Sometimes the non-chibi works. The Galactic admins really got the short end of the stick. Damn it. Damn thing's so freaking fast. I'll probably survive this, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, no worries. Heal it. Yep. I'll just do it again. What's that meme like of Goofy? It's like, I'll fucking do it again. That's me right now. Super potion. Oh yeah, you only could afford one full restore. Oh, you can do it again. Oh, yeah. Gina is level 50. How about that? And Sweetheart's level 49, yeah. Van Zeeks feels like the perfect counter to Crobat. Look at him. This is also such a good song. You turn into what? That's what I thought. You have nothing left. It was literally possible, like, an hour ago, the last time I fought you. Quick Claw. It's a Crobat! Why? What outspeeds Crobat? Espeon with perfect EVs, maybe? And IVs? Yeah, but like it's so fast, why does it need the Quick Claw? Yeah, I mean, like, what, are they like 2 seconds apart, those fights? What is truly the okay. The ultimate is Smash Brothers. Oh, where were you? Can you heal me? You just ran into ass face? Okay. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate the support. Lady Gaga! That's I've been waiting for the music. It's a really bad leading Pokemon. I apologize for what is about to happen to you, sweetheart. Huh? Oh. think that's the first time in this entire playthrough the Rock Blast is missed. Please don't hit 5 times. That's enough. Oh my god. I assume it's the same background, just like at night. At night. Nina would probably be a good one for this. Nina or Van Zieks? Van Zieks would actually probably be great for this. But Nina has that chance of PRZ, you know? Calm the out of control. What do you think I'm trying to do? It doesn't seem that out of control, in fairness. I mean, like, it's just kind of sitting here, minding its own business. It's literally doing nothing wrong, and I have to just, like, fight it? Okay, yeah, Lady Gaga, I get it. Oh my god, it's Lady Gaga! Oh, that'd be cool. Oh, right, you have ancient. Oh. Ah. Right, the wild Pokemon don't have strategy. Seems like overkill, but okay. Cool animation. I do have Ice Beam. This doesn't... I feel like this remix in particular... Aqua... Oh my god. Well, at least that's kind of nice. Helps me from killing you. Will this kill it if I do it again? I'm worried now. I'm just gonna hit you with Surf, because I know it'll... You, like, double resist this, so yeah. Okay, maybe that's... Let me just... Oh, what the hell. Your catch rate's like 3 or 25. Yep, probably I think it's 25 actually. That is a great animation for that move. I like how it's a wild Palkia. It's literally the only one. Or Palkia. I always said Palkia as a kid. Of course you got that. Son of a bitch. Palkia, yeah. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't. Ah. Oh, this is it for you. Oh, no, it's not. I'll give you some milk. Hold on, he needs some milk. It's in pinch, it might cry. I know, I know, I know. It's thrilled to bits, huh? Enough to use Twaye. You're gonna run out of spatial runs. Look like the third one you used. Aww. Thanks, Eggers. Forgot that was my alert. Oh my god. You're damn right. It might cry. Oh. Get the 10% chance, dick. Hey Dora, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. From Palky. Oh, well this is it. Wait, I healed. That's right, I forgot. Been slow? Sometimes slow is good. Oh, that's good. That's good right there, yeah. Use the Master Ball unless I, like, have to, so, you know. Oh my god, enough with the crying. Grow up. Does, this might be a dumb question. Does Aqua Ring ever end? Oh my. I feel like it used to end. Thanks, Pingu. Ugu. You had one more spatial run, that's right. Oh, that was your crit, huh? God, enough with the crying. No, that is not praiseworthy. Wishing to be praised. I don't want to use the Master Ball on Falkia because Mesprit's right there. Did I do well? No. Did I do that? Now go newt yourself to timeout, mister. Yeah, that's right. You better T carrot T. It is in this exact moment I wish I had something like that was specifically for the purpose of inflicting status ailments. It's a sad. It ends in mystery. No, I guess that makes sense. What moves do I have? Mostly fighting, mostly attacking moves. I have Ice Beam and Thunderbolt. And I guess Flamethrower, but Burn is scary and I don't want to do that. And I have Cross Poison, but Poison's also scary. We'll get this. Oh, you're starting off with Aqua Ring, huh? I should have started with a Quick Ball. I'm a moron. You never know. Yeah, I know. Thunderbolt's my best bet. But I have to stall out those ancient powers. Hey, cool. That won't last very long, but at least it's something. It is different? Oh, okay, interesting. Good question. Oh, that was easy. Wow! First try! Good job, Pingu. Nice! Felt good. His data will be added to the Pokédex. Well, in true Twi fashion, I need to name it I need to name the legendary something completely mundane. Victor. See what we got. Romero and Victor, nice. You're mine. I don't know how. Yeah, I know how. I froze it, and then I whittled it down, and then I threw a ball. This isn't that bad of a place. I mean, it's just the top of a mountain. Except for me, because Professor Rowan is actually the secret villain. Do I really have to... Wait, can I fly off of... Go away. There we go. Please let me fly anywhere else. No? Okay. Can't use that. It's the top of a mountain. What do you mean I can't use that? If I use the escape rope, I'm gonna fucking go back to, Spear Pillar, because I'll be really mad if that's the case. I have 8 of them. May as well. I would like to give this to a Pokemon. Speed! Oh, God bless. Well, one thing to do now. Let's go back to, here, Veilstone, and then we'll go to, Sunny Shore, because I guess the game doesn't tell you this, but that's what you gotta do now. Oh, sure, but you have Sky Pillar in Emerald, Ruby Sapphire and Emerald isn't a problem. Literally, the Pokemon that lives in the ozone layer lives there, but that one's fine. Rhydon is my friend. This is Rhydon. This is Sweetheart. Sweetheart is very nice. Oh. Wow, attack and defense are exactly the same. That's funny. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, once you go to Amity Park the first time, it allows you to do the thing. Oh right, I have to catch Unknown to do this. Oh, because of airlock? Yeah. I love using HMs to avoid encounters because I hate encounters. Don't encounter me. Do not perceive me. Isn't this where Send-Off Spring is? Oh, don't I still have Repels on? What am I worried about? Because it's like, would you like to use another one? Hello. Oh boy. I don't know what the fuck her key is, honestly. I'm not using the item finder for this, or the dowsing machine. That sounds like the worst idea. Yeah, trainer battles are good for money, but that's about it. Well, this is going to be Sweetheart's gym, so we might as well have her out. $120. Thank you, Bio. I appreciate that. Trey. I'm not scared of you. But you're not Sweetheart. What the hell? Alright. Why does electric resist steel? Yeah, what's up? Yeah, oh, yeah, a rich boy. Oh man, I didn't have the amulet coin. Darn it. What was I gonna? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at my money and see how that's going. Oh, almost $300,000. Okay, great. I'll have that new outfit soon. Don't you teach fling? Oh no, you're not the fling lady. Okay, my bad. Okay. Beauty Nicola. Alright, Lopunny, it looks like you need Hydrate. Okay, I'll Hydrate for you. Hail Hydrate. You need the Hat of Discipline. Hydrate, hail Hydrate. Double Drate, thank you. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. The one thing about that incentive, or that channel point redeem, is that the implication is that I will not drink anything if you don't tell me to, which is not the case. I just feel compelled to let you know that I'm doing it. When you do the thing. sweetheart, for getting out of my way. Oh, there's berries over there? Oops. How many times did I walk past those? 3? Walnut berries? Was it like a kumquat? A guava? Oh, I know what those are. Makes sense. Oh my god, now I understand why you said 21 guns. It does sound like that. 21 guns. Oh my lord, I'm a little slow today, as it were. What is the point of having these HM obstacles around when you don't need to have the HM thing with you? It just feels like an inconvenience. If this is gonna be a double battle, I want Nina out there. Not Britney Spears. Agave, I think, is a fruit, but I think it's definitely supposed to be like guava berry. To prove faithfulness there. And that's all, I guess we're right there. Hello. You are a friend. Goodbye, friend. You know, I haven't been to Iron Island. I should probably do that at some point, huh? You teach Bling. Yeah, I know. I have considered giving this to Nina instead of Payback. Fling is dark type no matter what, right? It's the power that changes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's dark no matter what. If I gave this thing like the lagging tail, and then like used Fling, I would be fine because it would trigger Unburden. I think oh, because yeah, you can throw Fling TMs. That would be really funny. Yeah, I was thinking about giving like the lagging tail to my friend here. EV is maxed out, huh? Unfortunate. I'll think about that. Hey, officer. So why weren't you, like, out there fighting Team Galactic? Don't do nearly enough flinging. You know, that's a good point. I don't do a lot of flinging either. But flinging seems like it would have its advantages. Secretly, he's a part of Team Galactic. That's probably it. Wow. Good job, sweetheart. Can you do that, like, all the time? Except for when I'm trying to catch a legendary? Right, and Looker's not even this game, so you're just on your own. I missed Looker. He was in, like... He was in Sun and Moon, wasn't he? But he didn't have his memory. Nice. Why do I have to fight these two together? This is a weird combination. He was in Oras, remember that. Yeah, he is in Oras, I remember now. Oh my god, that lightning rod works that way too? Jesus. That's upsetting. I didn't know lightning rod took in your own electric moves now. That did not used to be the case. Is that a new feature of Lightning Rod? When did that happen? Yeah, we are looking good because we're great. Big Pokemon. Oh, do I have the winner for you? Oh, I don't have a giant Remoraid, sorry. I thought you wanted any big Pokemon. Pikachu fan club, okay. Hi. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Hello, Pikachu. Oh, this is a bad time for you. Rip you and your Pikachu. Because I'm gonna eat your Pikachu for breakfast. The little cheery messages and like the hops are cute, but they take a very long time, and I'm not a big fan of that. Like, it's just like just long enough to where it's like, oh my god, enough. Do we have to go through this every time? Like, is it necessary that every time a Pokemon's HP gets low, I have to hear about how it might cry? 21 guns. That'd be great. Oh, okay. Hello. Yeah, it takes brains, huh? Are you beef stroganoff? Are you chicken stroganoff? Sailor Lautner. Oh, Luther. Oh, that would have been funny if it was Sailor Lautner. Yeah, at least it does. Is this overkill? Probably. Beach Stroganoff. Stroden, okay. I don't have a single no, I do. I have Solar Beam. Solar Beam. Sailor Twift. How you doing, Wales? Wales Gom 00. Also, if any of you are in my Discord, I hope you enjoyed my sequence of video edits about that guy slipping on the ice. Or if you follow me on Twitter, I hope you enjoyed that. Oh, Jesus. Maybe I need a better grasp. Good. I'm glad. Shot got you stuck in bed? Oh, man. Oh, man, that's gonna be me soon when I get that shot. What phone? Oh, phone! Kraft will pay you $20 to not make cheesecake for Christmas. Okay, well, I can do that. I have to play. Acupressure. Now this is something. Why did I say it like? Now this is something I'm very interested in, but I don't. Let's see what we got. Not bad, just tired. That's fair. Acupressure would be fun, but I kind of like toxic spikes. It's the only move I would consider getting rid of for this. Oh, you think it's better? You think this is better than toxic spikes? I kind of like the poison strats. I think the poison strats were better when I was running Hex and Venoshock, but maybe you're right. I don't know. What does my chat think besides whales? Like, the poison strat could be the difference between, like, winning and losing, you know? Pressure just goes away when you switch out. Yeah, you know what? I'm a choke. I'm gonna choke me out, daddy. I mean, what? Yeah, we have to keep toxic for Brittany, that's true. Yeah. That's true. I forgot accuracy count is one of the stats. Glub, glub, glub. I tell you what, acupressure is real good in Mystery Dungeon. Yeah, that's 2 words. Can't you count? You can clearly be seen in this video. Hey, Flint. Yo. You should dye half of your hair white, and then you'd be like Mirror B. Oh, you got wiped because it boosted evasion. I wish they would bring Mirror B back too. He's like one of my favorites. You know what my favorite Pokemon character... You know who my favorite Pokemon character is besides Mirror B, though? Stable bitrate. That'd be nice. Alright, let's go find Volknar. I think he's in the lighthouse. This is not the lighthouse. This is, Julia's house. Oh, I want to go see Julia. Oh, okay, I have to do this tomorrow. Well, that'll be a thing. Yeah, I'll reduce rock climb, thanks. Yeah, stable bitrate is a bit moody, it's true. What can you do, though? Hi. Do I have that? I don't think I have anything serious. I'm very not serious myself. Mild, rash, quirky, hardy, lonely, relentless. Okay. This is the lighthouse. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're talking. Do I have to fight shit in here? Oh, no. Okay. Hi, Volkner. Yeah, your arsenal. I'll show you an arsenal. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Wait, what can I see with this? Oh, the League. Look at that. Wow, it even changes the music. Is that cool? Volkner is ready to fight. Yeah, he didn't seem that bored, honestly. He was just like, another challenger? Cool. The rest have been boring, but you don't seem boring. Oh, like... Volkner, make up your mind, dude. If you're bored, just be bored. What was the gym puzzle in this one before it was... Before Platinum? Where is the gym? Is it up here? Oh, it's over... Oh, I have to go on the solar panel bridge. It's confirmed that the blackout in Sunnyshore's was because Volkner was renovating the gym, right? Why do these gym leaders have, like, unprecedented levels of authority? Like, all they are good at Pokemon battles. That doesn't mean they can do... Hi, it's my favorite down there. Hi. Well, let's find out what it... Yeah, hot shot. Alright, yeah. Okay, this is pretty similar to the one in Platinum, actually. I don't think they changed this one. Hi, Tom. Yeah, I have 7. Okay. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One... Hey, Woot, how you doing? Hello. Yes, I'm sure I can make it to the gym later, especially if you get out of my way. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Pachirisu. True, 10-year-olds do decide everything. I would trust 10-year-olds to save the world, I guess. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I'm sorry, Pachirisu. Poor thing. I almost feel a little tiny bit kinda not really bad. Drill Peck, oh thank god. Yeah, they spin round and round, that's right. Alright, out over here, do that, okay. Go over here. Get over here. This is the toughest gym in Sinnoh. Okay. Sure. I mean, like... In terms of puzzle, no, because Maylene's is Candace's gym is actual garbage. I think Maylene's gym is also pretty bad. Wow, my favorite electric-type Pokemon, Mr. Mime. Here we go. Oh my god, you've got it. Well, I had to open my mouth. There's a Hidden Valley Ranch party in my mouth. There's a Hidden Valley Ranch party in my mouth. Uh-huh. I don't do none of that, that pick him off with a weak move thing. I don't do that. What about Hidden Valley Ranch? There's a Hidden Valley Ranch party in my mouth. It's a reference to SNL, don't worry about it. I have a problem, and you know what? That's fine. What the hell? Aiden! Thank you for gifting 5 subs, and thank you for the congratulations. You've just gifted us up to Agers, Tiggs, Wales, Palisade, and Flargra. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. And touch the sky. I guess if I do this. Oh, okay, yeah. I need to redo some of the alerts. That was the purpose. That was absolutely intended, Aiden. Don't worry. Dan, Nikki, you Bob. Why SpongeBob? Never changed. Yeah, no, the guitarist is not flattering. I need to change my alerts. I found out that Stream Elements just lets you put in a video instead of like a GIF and a sound file. Which maybe Streamlabs did that too, but I never did it. But like now that I know you can do that, it's exciting. I changed my rate alert actually, so Meg Han. I am not wasting my time using Earthquake 4 times. Why do you have 4 Pikachus? Presumably 4 Pikachus. I'm not here to be presumptuous, but like, if I were a betting man, which I kind of am, I would bet that there are 4 Pikachus. Also, the background in here is really nice, actually. Very, very much like clock aesthetic with the gears, and I love that. Clocks have one of my favorite aesthetics in video games, which is why I will complain a lot. Starch chips are meant to fry. And this is what I do when a bitch break fly. Put her in a dungeon under. No, them bitches ain't eating, they die in a hunger. What the fuck's this? I don't know what the rest of the thing is. I don't know what she's actually saying there. Take your medication, Roman. Take a short vacation, Roman. You'll be okay. You need to know your station, Roman. No alterations on your clothes and your brain. Yeah, that's right. Cry. Cry about it, yeah. Is sub only chat on? It's not supposed to be. No, it's definitely not. Okay. It says it's on. I guess it's not. Okay. But like, y'all are talking, so I assume it's fine. I didn't click anything, so... That might just be a glitch. Let me see. Yeah, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Okay. It's fine? Alright. Destiny. I know it's my destiny. You did. Okay. It's you and it's you and me. I know it's my destiny. You know? But thank you so much, Aiden. I appreciate that immensely. Again, I cannot contain my thankfulness. Man, you would be so pretty if you weren't wearing like pumpkin spice clothing. This doesn't work. Let me fight Volkner. Oh. Oh, that was light screen? I thought it was reflect. I wasn't paying attention. Junibug's playing Super Nintendo Entertainment System. I wonder what that's about. Oh. Yeah. Exposed. Bitch to fuck. Bitch, me too. The fuck. Hey Robin, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. How are you? Boobarel. Oh, well, we shouldn't have. Get Nina out here. My favorite electric type Pokemon is Bibarel. You heard it here first. Is there a shortage of electric types in Sinnoh? Because like all I can think of is Pachirisu, the Pikachu family, and Luxio, or the Shinx family. Oh, you can go through that, okay. Oh, Electivire is in this game, yes, that's correct. Magnemite? Okay. Yeah. This could go well. It's a Steelix, so I'm not really... Damn. Oh, Electivire and Magnemite are platinum? Damn. Damn, I wish you could smell what I'm smelling. You bite the fry bites back, my man. Damn. Crispity crunch, damn. Look at the bacon, damn. Oh, get yourself that double cheeseburger. Damn. Get a grocery bag, damn. Cheese. Damn, let's do this. Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be really fun. I hope you enjoy Spider-Man. I want to see it. This is probably not the best choice to fight Metachan, but whatever. YOLO, right? Rock Tomb? Why? Didn't Nightbot just do the quotebot command like 5 minutes ago? Oh, whatever. Zachary with an E. I don't even care about that guy at this point. This should take me right to Volky. Yeah, Volky, baby. Before I do that, let me just... Oh, Volky poo. Hello. Alright, Challenger. It's not often. Yeah. I'm Volkner, the gym leader. He's not bad looking, though, I will admit. Ace Fangirl is playing Legend of Zelda Breath. You're right, yeah, there should be enough. There should be more than enough electric Pokemon. They just... okay. Oh my god. Oh dear lord. Thank you. Yeah, that Wakanberry really... yeah, the Shucca Berry really weakened me. Britney Spears. Artillery. Why? Why do you I guess the electric type move thing is a cute specialty, I will admit. Yeah, good. What is focus energy gonna do to you when you're near death and I'm faster? All you're gonna do is heal, and I'm gonna be ready. Yeah. Oh, you have made mistakes. I guess you lived anyway, bitch. Keep doing this. I don't give a shit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He's not doing a... yeah, he's really not doing a very good job. How did you win all those other battles? Ambipom? Are you... That being said, I would have been in slightly more trouble had Sweetheart not dodged that move. Yeah, thank God indeed. What is your last Pokemon? Luxray, okay. Luxray and the Luxio tribe. True. Uh-oh. You got an extra potion in there? Oh, you're not gonna use it because you gotta sit citrus. I did. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure I didn't need any help dodging a 75% accuracy move, but GG. $12,000. That's nothing, dude. Only had an Electivire, indeed. Yeah, the beacon badge, I think. Yep. Bacon badge. Birkin bag. Stickers. The M57 is Charge Beam, which I don't think ever got used against me. Now this is how you decorate a gym so that you can just leave easily. Except for this. Alright. The bacon badge. Let's heal up. And then we can talk to my fave. I also want bacon. I haven't had bacon in a long time. I think since, like, before Thanksgiving. Girl. My name is Jasmine. Yep. Yes, I do know about the Johto region. Thank you, Jasmine. Thanks. Isn't she, like... Doesn't she compete in contests in this game? I feel like I could give this beautiful creature Thunderbolt as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do I not have a TM for... I want to see something. I mean, it's 50%, but, like, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that would make... I feel like that checks. I don't know why... Pick up one step. Oh, did you just notice that Aiden gifted you a sub? Well, yeah, welcome back to the subbing. Yeah, TMs break again, but they're not like... You can get all of the TMs at second and third time. I think. I think none of the TMs are, like, limited resources. Just a little less convenient to get. It probably is better than having them just unbreakable and able to, like, be reused on the fly, change your moveset and then change it back kind of thing. I mean, fair. Also, the water looks so good in this game. Hey, Miranda. Yeah, that's exactly... Yep. Luminion! Wow, what ginormous ears. Jesus. You're excused. You're literally in the ocean. I don't... Aubrey. Oh man, a normal type. So what were the two moves that you kept cycling through, Mayo? I'm curious. Or one Luminium? Okay. Oh wait, that's... Azural's fairy type now, isn't it? Yeah. Aubrey. Rock Slide, X Scissor, and Shadow Claw. Oh man. I really do not care what you are selling me, Tentacruel. I do not want to buy it. How'd you get in here, bug? Oh, whatever. No, Pelipper, I'm not interested. Now this guy is Toilet Face. Oh, it's got Drizzle. Look at you. First time I ever played Ruby and first time I ever played Pokemon Ruby, my strongest team member was a Pelipper. It was real freaking strong. Do you like mine? Thank you, Joy-Con. It is White Girl Wednesday. Is it? Yeah, I guess it is. Alright, let me just put on some, just put on my deodorant here. Swimmer Oscar. Oski. Oh, cute. You like volleyballed it. You took away his Speedo. It's a shame. Truly, truly tragic. Oh, Mantike and Remoraid, yeah, you're like halfway there, dude. You must have just got that Remoraid, otherwise you'd have a Mantine by now. Yeah? Oh look, you do have a Mantine. Cool. Why does the Mantine float so low? Weird. Oh man, you're a disciple of Crash Awake, huh? Put Brittany out here for this. She could use the time and love. Are Pokemon oppressed for being gamers? I mean, you tell me if what they go through is oppression. I cannot truly answer that. Oh, this could not have been a better team for this. Long dick, you know it. Uh-huh. Yeah. I feel like poor Gina Simmons is like the least used member of my team because she's the only one who doesn't really specialize in something. Although I think the fourth member of the Elite Four is Psychic. I don't remember what his name is, but like, pretty sure he's Psychic, so. I think, thankfully Britney Spears will be good there. Lucian? Okay, thank you, because I would not have remembered that. I was thinking of Will, I think. Here's a question for you. Who do you think are the least memorable members of the Elite Four in each generation? For Gen 1, is Lorelei one of the Elite Four in Gen 1? As her. Oh, Bruno is also pretty forgettable. Is there a reason I have to deal with all of this nonsense? Yeah, Bruno's in the Elite Four for both Gen 1 and 2. Koga gets promoted to Elite Four in 2, I think. But I remember that. Lorelei's just gone. Will is probably the most forgettable member of the Elite Four in Gen 2. I'm playing Pearl. How did I find a Pearl? For Gen 3, it's honestly probably Glacia. Or Sydney. Who the fuck is Mullane? For this generation, it's Lucian. Gen 5, I think Marshall is the most forgettable one. Gen 6. Oh, they're all forgettable in Gen 6. Oh my god, wait, oh. Who did they get rid of to add this, the Mullane person? They better not have gotten rid of Golf Chick, because I thought Golf Chick was really pretty. Yeah, Malva is definitely the most memorable, but the rest of them... Oh, they took out Hala? Okay. Hala! Yeah, of course we remember Kali. Oh yeah, Gordon Ramsay, the armored dude, and Drasna. I think... I love how the one that you said was the most forgettable was the only one that I could immediately remember the name. I think Gordon Ramsay's name is Seabold. And, or Seabold and, Vikstrom, or Wickstrom. Or, the armor dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with Seabold. I just, like... He's just kind of there. He gets mad at you, I think, if you answer the question wrong. Because he asked you a question before the fight. I literally can't remember what Lorelei looks like, that's the problem. Hi, Gabrielle. That's true. Bruno is playable in Puzzle League. I think. Yeah, that is true. I believe you. Lorelai looks similar to Jessie because but she's blessed. Okay. Oh, she is playable? I don't remember. I can't remember Puzzle League. The fact that Lorelai was a playable character in Puzzle League and I still can't I could barely remember anything about her only reinforces my opinion. Hello. Yeah, that's fair. What was her name in the anime? Prima? Donna? Girl? All she ever wanted was the world? She can't help that she needs it all. The prima donna life, the rise and fall. You say that she's kind of difficult. That I'm kind of difficult. But it's always someone else's fault. You wrapped around her finger, babe. You can count on her to misbehave. A new place. I take one step. I take one step. Okay. Me, Marina girl, yeah. All I ever wanted was the world. I cannot bet I need it all. The prima donna life, the rise and fall. You say that I'm kinda difficult, but it's always someone else's fault. Got you wrapped around my finger, babe. You can count on me to misbehave. Would you do anything for me? Buy a big diamond ring for me? Would you get down on your knees for me? Pop that pretty question right now, baby. Beauty queen on a silver screen. Living life like I'm in a dream. I know I've got a big ego. I really don't know why it's such a big deal though. I'm sad to the core. Every day is a chore. More. I wanna be adored. I'm done. I love that song. Anna, yeah, okay. That is not at all what Star Raptor sounds like. Damn that Moonblast. When am I gonna fight? Do I fight Barry at the end of this? I think I do. Okay, so quick question. In Gen 3, in Emerald, do they make you fight Wally at the beginning of Victory Road instead of the end? Because I feel like that's a thing that happens. Will you stop desyncing? I hate the Joy-Con. I'm on a bridge. No one likes you. Well, I like you, but like... Okay. For some reason, I thought they moved Wally at one point. A full heal. Oh, what would I have done without that? Yeah, long motherfucker, yeah. Who's gonna help me against the bug types? Oh, Probably Sweetheart. Sweetheart would be pretty good because of Rock Blast. Oh, that's when you fight Barry. Okay. So they let you buy all your shit, and then Barry comes out of nowhere. It's like, hey! Oh my god, I hate the Joy-Con sometimes. Now I understand what what Crystal went through when she played through Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But I'm going this way. Hi! I remember when I was a kid, when I got the Master Ball, I threw it at a Zigzagoon to see if it worked. Okay, weird flex, but okay, I'm a flying type, you know, that's not gonna... That ain't gonna help. It did work. It did definitely work, yes. Where the fuck am I going? What is this? I hate this place. What? What do I do? Yeah, it is goo. Nina seems curious about my fashion. What about it, Nina? Oh, okay, there was a rock climb that I didn't see. Oh, duh. I'm the dumb guy. Duh. Yeah, exactly. God, I love the purple with the mint green skirt. It's so cute. Or like pistachio, I guess, maybe. I love Bad Guy. Billie Eilish has really, like, flew onto my radar in the last, like, 2 years. Like, she's extremely talented. I didn't touch you. Why do you have cursed body? Damn it. Power Whip. Hell yeah. It's better than Stomp. What the hell, yeah. She was. The last night. She was very good on SNL not last night, the other night. She was the host and the musical guest. You met the Santa? Like from the Bible? I haven't heard that, actually. I should check that out. No, I do like Bad Guy as a song quite a bit. Sorry, that was not a good noise. My apologies. By the way, since I'm kind of struggling for things to talk about, who ready for smile time? Smilay to May. Torment, guess what I'm never going to use? That. Oh, sorry, for anybody who does not know, Smile Time is a charity event that me and a bunch of my friends do every year, and it's this Friday, and it's this Friday through Sunday, from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. It's a variety stream event. All of the money that we will be raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. I have to put the Discord link in there. I will be playing Super Mario Sunburn, a ROM hack of Super Mario Sunshine that adds quality of life improvements and makes the game open world, and also makes it so that shine sprites don't kick you. What? Oh, it's here. No, it's not. Am I not smart? That might be what it is. That could be what it is. I will not be there's no chance of me beating the game. However, I'm gonna try and get as close as I can. I have like a million different incentives. There's another rock climb near the bird tamer. Okay. Hello, Joy-Con. Thank you. Just gonna fucking real quick, let me just look. What's that there? So I took the wrong rock climb, it would seem. Oh, I see it. I need to be better at paying attention to those. Oh my gosh. I can do this, I promise. Take over, Brittany. Many of them. I'm looking forward to all of them, honestly. But, I guess I'm really looking forward to Diana and, well, Ace Fangirl and Junibugs. They're all good. Mayo's is gonna be real fun. Solid Plasma. Proton John's gonna have a really good event block. Everybody's block seems super cool. Rosie's gonna have a really good one. I'm gonna try and make it to as much as I can. I have pretty much the whole weekend free. Mariah. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. Holy shit, balls. Yeah, Mark's block is gonna be really cool. Mark has a million things planned. The only problem is, because Smile Time is this weekend, I'm missing Paul Rudd and Charlie XCX. I'm joking. Well, kind of. Yes, there is an incentive for Rosie to stop what she's doing and play the New York Times crossword. That is correct. Pick it up. Thank you. Yeah, but, like, thankfully her block's not on, like, early Saturday or late Friday, because then she'd have to do the Saturday puzzle, and I don't wish that on anybody. Would you like to use another one? Yeah, I would, actually. That brutal 7x7 puzzle. It is fun, don't get me wrong. I enjoy the Saturday puzzle. But, like... You gotta do today's, yeah. Maybe I'll take a break from Pokemon and before the Elite Four do the crossword and come back. Wouldn't that be epic? Oh my god, this Joy-Con is giving me a nighttime. Oh, I think I've made an error. Oh, Lord. What did he say? I don't know what he said. Yeah, you do today's, Whales, and tell me how you did. Rapidash. Bring it. I'm not a bug type anymore. Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Jesus! Good job, Brittany! Shrug that shit off. That was just immediate. That was really funny. Stone Edge. Oh, man. So, like, I really like Rock Blast. Oh, did they nerf Stone Edge? It's probably better than Stomp. Would you get rid of Stomp for Stone Edge? I think I would. There's not really a situation where Stomp comes in that handy. Yeah. If I regret it, I regret it. Rampardos, oh boy. Pingu, actually. Pingu. Yeah. I like having Rock Blast, though. It's come in very handy. It's just the type coverage, but then again, normal isn't super effective against anything, so you know. Ah, Explosion. No, they nerfed Explosion, and I'm not really a big fan. Wow, this is the first time we've seen Gina Simmons in like 2 hours of playing the game. They nerfed Explosion a while ago because how Explosion used to calculate the damage was that it would use it would calculate damage based on half of the opponent's defense stat. So, for example, if I had 200 defense, Explosion would calculate damage against me as if I had 100. They changed that because it gave Explosion an effective power of 500. Phone? What is a phone? Yeah, I wouldn't, like, back in the day, when Explosion was, like, super good, I would have absolutely used it. No, Explosion has its uses in, like, multiplayer, but, like, not here. When there's no experience on the line, I think Explosion's a fine move. Am I almost done? I feel like I've been in here for like 7 years. Ooh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be real nice. Goodbye, Supernova. Ooh, 3 times damage or something like that because it's a sniper. It has sniper, yeah. That's a big, big damage boost. So that was a stab. Stab, super effective, poison barb, sniper, critical hit. Warcliffe Able. Damn, you level up fast in here. Oh shit, well, I had to go this way anyway because I had to go down and then back up. I'm like, ugh. Okay, are you a veteran or something? Is that what you are? Unforgettable. That's what you are. Fight me, bitch. Fight, bitch, I ain't scared of you. Because I am no longer a bug type. They have a really cool design, I have to admit. Man, I was actually like super worried that I wouldn't be able to catch up to be at a good level to fight Cynthia, but I don't think I'll have much to worry about. Hippowdon looks so wrong without the sand just like streaming out of all of its pores. Yeah, I've been buffeted. Yeah, but I feel like I have a decent team for Cynthia, though, is the thing. The only thing I don't have a counter for is Spiritomb, as far as I'm aware. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. What's over here? Anything fun? Oh, they're split. Oh my god. Don't you dare go down that cliff, you terrible, terrible human being. It is a good design, yeah. Absolutely. Black Belt Miles, Tails Prower. Get out of here with your Cosma headband. Yeah. Knock off. Bitch. Think I needed that? I didn't. He's gonna die. Just, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Crunk. No, I feel like Night Slash with the critical hit chance is better, honestly. What do you guys think? I know I'm deferring to you guys a lot, but I feel like pretty confident in Night Slash because Sniper comes in and like the high critical hit chance would make that really useful. So, I just want to hear what more people have to say, and I just want to make sure I think Crunch is better, but neither is bad. Yeah, but like, if Drapion's ability wasn't Sniper, I think I would go for Crunch. You know what I mean? Like, is the extra 10 base power, like on a normal thing, really gonna make a huge difference? But if Night Slash gets its high critical hit chance off, yeah, you know, I'll give up on Crunch. Cool. Oh boy. Surfing. Leave the Crunch for the Cinnamon Toast, yeah. Would you like to use another one? Yes, I would actually very much like to use another one. What would you do if I grabbed the second one? By the way, I'm thinking of doing the Ace Attorney Escapades, the Great Ace Attorney Escapades on, Monday. Just a heads up. Little side story things. I don't know if they're canon or not. They're like bonus things. I don't know how long they are. There's so much of my past. You can see my past? What psychic focuses on seeing the past? That it's not like That's So Raven because she can see into the That's So Raven. It's the past that I can see. You know. God, this Victory Road is just. Are you a dragon tamer? Hello. I'll fight you, sure. They see it. Oh, really interesting. Andre. Gabate. Okay. I know it's Gabite. Man, Cynthia's Garchomp probably has a freaking Yachi Berry to ruin my life with. See, I think of That's So Raven, like, not fairly regularly, but, like, I'd be lying if I said I don't think about it sometimes. Where am I? What is this? Oh. Oh, I guess I have to get the National Dex before I can go there, because that's like... That takes me like the seaside path or something. Wherever Shaman is supposed to be. Razor Claw, doesn't that help with critical hits? That might be better than the Poison Barb, actually. How do I feel about Cory in the house? It's, like, fine, I guess. It's not That's So Raven, that's for sure. It's, like, so not Raven. But, like, it doesn't have to be Raven, you know what I mean? You always tell yourself the Dragon Tamers are cosplaying as Dracula. I want to suck your blood. Oh. Edgar. Alan Poe. Oh, Pingu's still out? Jesus Christ. I want to suck your blood. God. Man, I mentioned the escapades earlier, just a minute ago for Ace Attorney, but like, my God, I have brain rot. It's ridiculous. The reason I'm thinking about it is because I'm in a Twitter conversation with Adriana, who apparently also has brain rot. Like, we're being vague, but like... It's good. It's really, really, really good. Gatu is my new favorite Ace Attorney game. Now that I'm caught up, you were streaming that, right? Probably either Spirit of Justice or Trials and Tribulations. It's a shame. Now that I was caught up, I was thinking maybe I could be there, but no pressure. I hope that I assume that you would enjoy it better not streaming it. So. I was so hesitant to stream Great Ace Attorney for a long time because, like, I admit I was kind of worried it wouldn't do numbers, but like, I kind of realized that oh, I see. That makes sense. Sorry to hear that, but I respect that and definitely understand. What was I saying? I was really worried that Great Ace Attorney wasn't gonna do like any kind of numbers, but then I realized, like, who cares if it does numbers or not? I'm just there to have fun. Pingu should still be out front, so. Clinton? I'm just gonna leave that one. Yeah, that was really fun. I had a little mental breakdown when my plans went out the window when I ended up doing the finale. That's true. Rain Dance, that's right. I can learn Rain Dance. No, Randix does not want to learn Rain Dance. Maybe, you know, maybe next year, I'll look into VTubing. The V will stand for Van Zeeks. Because I think he's just the channel mascot. I don't know if he's the channel mascot at this point, but, like, I've definitely moved over from Blackquill Brainrot to Van Zeek's Brainrot. What was the raid messaging? Oh, VTuber. Was it VTuber Sholmes? That's what it was. Which is out of context. No context. I'm not going to provide anything. I mean, in fairness, that's a very hard raid message to what's the word? You know, it's a very difficult raid message to explain. Hi. This feels like berry time. No, it's not berry time. Hello. Hello. It's fun because life's too short. It was one day you'll be in the doctor's office and they say, "Can you put the taco down here?" And she'll be like, "No." Correct. Oh, it was dragged into the finale, kicking and screaming. Yeah. Remember that now. Barry. Barry, we all know I'm more worthy. I didn't get my ass kicked by Jupiter at the lake. And I didn't send out Munchlax. Sorry, yeah, ass face. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, sure, intimidate me. I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared of no ghosts. You're curious about my fashion right now? Sunny day? Why? Oh, you have a focus sash. Weird. I did, yes. I'm weak. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Oh my god, I dodged an earthquake. You named him Bitchy Boy in the original world? Nice. Oh, ass face. Oh, ass face. You almost had me there, but luckily, I was able to dodge the move. Through the power of friendship. Hold on. Take this. sorry about that. My parents called and I just wanted to make sure that I answered it. I'm back, though. Wow, that did more damage than I expected for Snorlax. Snorlax chonk. Stop. Alright, British mode. Better start a clock for 2 minutes. Good night, Palisade. Hope you have a wonderful night. Take care. Clock. Timer. Let's go 3 minutes. No, yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. Ooh. That's me. I'm Tom Holland. Hey, mate. I just did Hot Ones not too long ago. That was a fun episode. I even went back for doubles on some of them. For second hit. It was a very good episode. Yes. I didn't really watch a lot of Hot Ones, but I don't know. That one was quite pleasing. It seems like a very interesting concept for a you know, one of those things for an interview. He hits the bomb. Yep. Doesn't he even? He goes a little too hard on the last stab, which is really funny. I mean, who puts that much of the last stab on their wing? And then, all things considered, he didn't really suffer too much, I think. That's true, that's no doubt. That's a Ho Whip and Nene. Which reminds me of the animated emote that I have commissioned. So, we will see that soon, hopefully. I don't have the slot open, but they said soon, so... I'm not giving you any more details, but it's a dancing, you know, so isn't that exciting? It's gonna be really exciting. I fully believe in this last one. I've got no reason to freak out. Oh, this is your last one. Oh. Poor thing. Well, I've got time. Got one. Oh, Jesus. I don't get to use rollout very often anymore, so... But if we can get that, that momentum going, you know, it could be very interesting. The Gordon Ramsay episode of Hot Ones was also pretty fun, actually. Poor man was just... Oh, shit. That's the end of that. Okay, cool. Good job. I won. Yeah, you're just fighting a better trainer. The fucky. I need to watch Kristen Stewart. Thank you, actually, Rabbit. I needed that. Yeah, no, Kristen Stewart's... I need to watch that. I love her. Very highly recommend. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, 777. Alright, well. Going into the Elite Four, let's just look at our friends here. We got Pingu. Nina. Van Zeeks, Sweetheart, Gina Simmons, and Britney Spears. Newt Newt. So you know what? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I apologize. I won't take long, so I'm not even gonna bother with the intermission screen. Just hang tight, alright? All right, I'm back again, and this time I shouldn't be gone again. So let's do this, Zounds. Yeah, I appreciate Kristen's sword too. I don't know if I said that before I left. Yeah. I'll start from your beginning. Oh boy, this elevator, I remember it well. Okay, so we need... Sweetheart's probably gonna be our best bet here. I don't know who he's gonna start with, but I know the first one's Aaron, so... Hello, Aaron. Welcome to the Pokemon League. I'm Aaron of the Elite Four. I should have bug Pokemon, yep. Do you think Aaron is straight? I have my doubts. Personally, yeah. Yeah, that's... Okay, cool. On the same page there. Big buy energy, yeah. Toxic. With a taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. See, these are the questions that I ask. It's 4. Oh, thank God. I think Heracross is pretty slow, but it might have Mach Punch, which I have to worry about. Uh-oh. That's fair. These are just things that yeah, I just think about them. I don't know. I don't really have headcanons, but like these are just things I question but never come up with an answer on, like a definitive answer. Okay, quiver away. Oh wait, this thing could have Giga Drain. Shit, I hope I don't miss. Fuck. Good job. Oh, Bug Buzz? That's not Giga Drain. Okay, but it was pretty good. Jesus. Beautifly is really good now, actually. Oh dear lord. Yeah, that was gonna hurt. Oh my god, am I gonna wipe to Aaron because of a miss from Rock Blast? Yeah, no, Beautifly has really good type coverage, actually. I'm really gonna get stomped by fucking Beautifly. This is insane. Probably should have bought more revives. Jesus. The damn Quiver Dance is what did it. And it's just gonna use Shadow Ball on me here, so... Or not. But it's still gonna kill. Yep. That's incredible. That's fucking amazing. I can't even be too upset. That's really funny. Yeah, there it is. The sweep. The actual sweep. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Hey, nice. I've never seen anything quite like that in my life. Oh my god. Okay, so next time, note to self. Rhydon is too slow to deal with to deal with this thing. Which means we need to send in our fastest. That is not okay, so our fastest with a type effective move is okay, that one. That's alright. See, this is why I used Beautifly in Oras, actually. It's really freaking good. Assface said, "You better not lose to anybody before me," and then I just immediately lose. Wow. Okay. What do you think the odds are of this thing having Night Slash? Actually, wait, shit. Oh, that's just as bad. Yeah, Sweetheart would have won in that instant had I pulled that off. Oh shit. Oh, it has oh no. I don't give a shit. Unless there's a read here. Would be quite the read. Shit. I thought he would have gone for the heal. That's my bad. Now he's gonna go for the heal, but luckily I have you. That'll get rid of your guts, so... But it won't get rid of your lowered special. Yeah, there we go. Nina set me up beautifully for that one. Except the problem is we might run into the same issue. I'm gonna try it again, because this is my best shot. There we go. This was the thing I was worried about more than anything. Oh, it doesn't have pressure? Cool. Because this thing gave me a lot of trouble back in the old days when it had pressure. Like, if you let that thing get defend order off, it's really hard to beat. I can do that too. Mine's better. It didn't come easily. This is my second try. One? Oh. Well, you know how I play. Yeah, I don't risk none of that. That felt like revenge. Sweet, sweet vengeance. I don't want Hydro Pump. I need Nina back, but not, like... Like TBH, what's gonna carry me through the day right now is, I'm gonna get carried through the day by, what am I trying to say? By Pingu and Gina this time. But I will lead with Pingu. No, I think I'm good, thank you. Hello, Birth. Oh, you're quite the adorable trainer, but you've got a spine. I'm Bertha. I have a preference for ground type Pokemon. You show this old lady how much you've earned. Yeah. You look like Agatha, but friendlier. I made a wrong choice. Should have led with the other one. Yeah, good thing it went off now, yeah. Wouldn't want you forgetting. It's probably gonna lead with Earthquake. Yep. How did that live? Alright, well that's fine, because this is really toxic? Oh my god. That might be enough to prevent whatever. To prevent the heal. Nope, it's not, but okay, that... Both were good things to happen. Yeah, go camp out in their parking lot. Have fun. This is a full restore moment right here. I need it. Think through the only one who can do this, Bertha? Come on, let's go. Let's go. Mano. Mano y mano. It might she might have a Gastrodon too. Sudowoodo. Okay, this is Pingu time. Although, well, none of these are great options to be honest with you. But Pingu probably has the best shot. It's probably carrying Hammer Arm or something stupid, or Wood Hammer. How's he working to me? Badly. Aaron completely swept me with his Beautifly, and this is my second attempt at the Elite Four. How are you, RJ? Why is this faster? Oh my god. Yeah, hold back your tears for a little bit. think probably has sturdy too, because of course it does. Yep. Get him, Nina. Come on, you can do it. Come on, Gina. Damn it, Gina. That hurt. Jesus. How come you keep hitting? That's not right. Alright, risk it for the biscuit. Risk it for the biscuit. Uh-oh. God bless you, Gina. There we go. Her last Pokemon should be Hippowdon. Yeah, so I'm gonna send Pingu back out, because Pingu won't get buffeted. It is my hope and prayer that Pingu will move first. Get the Torrent Surf off with Stab, and win. Yeah, there we go. Exactly as I planned it. Okay. Well, dear child, I must say that was most impressive. Your Pokemon believed in you and did their best to earn you the win, yes. Even though I've lost, I find myself with a silly grin. Yes, that was very much all according to Keikaku. I'm so mad that they nerfed Type Potions. I don't even care that I use that there. Yep, Keikaku does indeed. Good night, Dora. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Always a pleasure to see you, and I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you very much. We got Flint. Assuming he starts off with an actual fire type, Sweetheart would be better because Pingu has that steel type to worry about. Hey Flint, yo trainer, you had me counting the days on my fingers for waiting for you to come. You met me today. I heard from Volkner what you did in Sunnyshoire. Managed to light a fire in that guy's heart again. How could you not expect me to look forward to seeing you in battle? I just to do something. It's a little loud, actually, sorry. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Tank it, thank you. How's everybody doing? You have leftovers on? Oh my god, really? How's everybody doing? Crossing the animals, noise. Doing nice. 5 more minutes, nice. Party town right here with the water, nice, Eggers, and not bad. Glad to hear, Mayo. Mayo, you've got me very interested in American Truck Simulator, I have to admit. Hey, Paperstar, how you doing? Noise. Oh no, not minimize strats, no. Oh my god, you're annoying. Maya's starting a little yeah. Telling me. That was the critical hit, damn. Is this his strongest thing? No way. Oh, because of the burn, that's why I did so little damage. I'm going to kill you. This will hit eventually. Oh god, it's like Sydney and Gen 3 all over again with that shift tree. That shitty shift tree. Or shift tree. Oh no. Why? That is dickish as shit. Good. So much for that. Oh my god, it had a... Fuck. He's gonna heal. He hasn't healed once this entire thing, so I'm gonna take the chance. Yeah. Knew it. sincerely doubt whether this thing actually has any... It's gonna go for close combat. Minimize strats with baton pass. That shouldn't even... That's literally not allowed. Had a feeling. Okay, best I can do is bronze on here. I know, if only I had Unaware Bibarel. If only I hadn't spent the entire playthrough castigating Bibarel. Van Zeeks really is always on the mark. Van Zeeks don't miss. Let me tell you something. My boy, do not miss. Alright, so he's probably going to start off with Minimize again. Yep. Please don't Aftermath. Hell yeah, that was something else. That was really wild. Yeah, it's really smart. The only thing that would have made it better is if it was like Ninjask, if the Ninjask could have Minimize, because that would get the speed boost as well. Then it would be unstoppable. Does Unburden get baton passed? Is that a thing? Brittany's going to be real useful here. So now we have to fight Lucian. I'm not saving between these, by the way. They could just give the Drift Blimp Fling. Ah, you timed your arrival well. I've just finished reading a book, you see. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lucian. I'm a user of psychic types. Say, you've already proven yourself to be outstanding by coming this far. They say I am the toughest of the Elite Four. I'm afraid I will have to go all out against you to live up to that reputation. Mr. Mime. Mr. Mame! I think Poison's actually the strat here, because this thing's part berry now. Yep. Mr. Meme. I don't think it was a thing. I don't remember it. I'm actually gonna try and set up a Toxic Spikes here. What the hell? Good job, Drapion. You did very well. They've laughed at my team for years. Who's laughing now? Flint, yeah? Oh, right, Minimize wasn't buffed at that point in the series. What on earth? Oh, it's got pure power, that's why. See ya. See ya, RJ. Yeah, they buffed it Minimize for some reason. Gina, go out there for a second. Good. Sorry if that's cheap, but I have it and I'm going to use it. I think his strongest is definitely Bronzong. Of course, I don't know what weakness it has, so... Good job, Brittany. Unless this Alakazam has Earthquake or something, I'm not very worried. I think the Bronzong carries Earthquake, though. Oh, well, you're dead. There's not a chance in hell, I don't think, of you surviving this. Yep, there's this trump card, Bronzong. Oh, now what should I do? It's gonna keep doing this. Yep. Razor Claw has just saved my ass completely. Oh my Christ. Belly Drum, ooh. Tempting, but... Oh, it's tempting, but I think it's not good in single player, I don't think. And plus, I don't think it would come in handy very much. Yeah, my power is real, bitch. Congratulations, you've now beaten the Elite Four. However, that doesn't mean you're done with the Pokemon League. There remains a champion. I should warn you, the champion is far stronger than the Elite Four. Now go on, step through the doorway to your final battle. I mean, Brockong was never immune to dark, but it was just neutralized by the steel type. The weakness was neutralized by the steel type, so it's just a neutral damage thing now. I'll keep Brittany out because she's going to lead with Spiritomb, and I think this might be the chance to set off a really nice poison strat. Here we go. Just going to listen to it for a minute. Is the room spinning? What's going on there? If you can keep out after Mount Coronet, I'm truly grateful. Together, you and your Pokemon overcame all the challenges you faced, however difficult. But look at the walls, Paper Star, look at the walls. It means you've triumphed over any personal weaknesses, too. It's bothering, I don't know what's going on, I'm scared, Mom. How are you learned? I can feel it emanating from you, but that's enough talk. Let's get on with why you're here. As the Pokemon League champion, I accept your challenge. Music time. Oh yeah, woo yeah. Okay, now I understand what's going on. It was like very difficult to understand what was going on there. I think I like the original song better. Yeah. God, it's gonna use up all my fucking night flashes. I might actually switch to a X Scissor just to save on the Night Slash. Oh, he didn't heal. Okay. She has Gastrodon, that's right. Gastrodon is like the most forgettable one on her team. Yep. Doesn't it get replaced by Togekiss? Now that's a Pokemon right there, Togekiss. I love that thing. Benzeeks, yes. Sweetheart's gonna get absolutely bodied by Lucario because of that weakness to rock. I think this is my best bet. And oh no, that's gonna completely eradicate the toxic spikes. Or no, it's not. I thought it would. Oh, that's not good. Oh, thank you, Nina. This would have been a really good time to have Unburden. Holy shit. Uh-oh, that never misses. Shit. I'm gonna get swept by this stupid Lucario. Alright, sweetheart, I need you out just to get the money, but... I'm gonna be real, you are here so that I can make sure that Nina stays alive. God, Cynthia's really just incredible. Why did I send out Nina again? Oh well. Nina's my best shot, because I have a big weakness to fighting and what's left. If Nina toughs this out, that'd be great. Nope, he didn't do it. Damn it. Oh, a critical hit on top of that. Oh, what insult to injury. I don't have a good counter for that Lucario at all. Holy shit. Oh, come on, Pingu. I wish I would have died good. I guess. Alright, fine. We'll play it that way. Not the only one who can use this shit. Aura Sphere only has like 10 PP, so... Okay, nothing I have on this thing is very effective. but... Oh, that's gonna kill. Yep. So I know what my mistake was. I absolutely know what my mistake was. My mistake was not realizing she was going to Nasty Plot. Because had I known that, I would have sent out Sweetheart and just Earthquaked the whole thing. So I have a plan. But I will need to get my items back in order. Okay. It's alright. You know what? I deserve it. I was kind of cocky going into Cynthia's fight, so, that's fine. Oh yeah, for sure. But you know what? I wouldn't... Honestly, it's part of the experience. I would much rather have a challenging fight against Cynthia than just kind of breeze through. If only I had Bibarel was on... Yeah, but like... Sure, Bibarel was unaware. Yeah, I know. This actually wouldn't be a terrible move, but the problem would be getting it off, so, no. Good night, Aegers. Yeah, we'll get her this time. But, you know, I have to start over here, so it's fine. This time I might remember to refill my PP, actually, so who knows. Let's check items real quick. Alright, but wait, I have to check my... No. Pause the game. Check your team. Lead with... No, Sweetheart. Actually, lead with Pingu. The Dustox can't poison Pingu, so... Oh, I should have let with Bronzong, actually. Whatever. Not exactly in a pickle here. I feel like losing against the Elite Four is how you get strong enough to fight Cynthia. In the first place, so like, whatever. See, that's fine. Yeah, light screen's not really going to help much for you. Heracross. I'm going to trust in Pingu. Beautifly. Okay, this is the, in my opinion, this is the most dangerous member of his team. I have no reason to believe otherwise. So this is where we really need to focus here. Oh. Okay, I have another shot. I have another shot. I have another shot. If Sweetheart misses with this, it's all over. Thank God. Vespiquen, okay. Actually, okay. There we go. Yeah. What a stressor. What a stressful situation. Is this just straight up the strongest Elite Four we've ever had to deal with? I feel like it is. Between the levels and the strats that they use, it's honestly extremely intimidating. Okay, so, next we have Bertha, and she starts with Quagsire, so... let's just get these guys ready. Yeah, Lucian, I think, got real buffed in Platinum. It's really interesting having to play Pokemon almost like it's chess again. Like, they're gonna do this, so I can do this, you know? Alright, Gina, come on. There we go. Something happened that made Hippowdon way easier than it could have been the last time we did this. I think Pingu hung on with 1 HP and Torrent made this made it easier. Torrent made it a joke. Dreamcatcher got scared. Hey, how you doing, Blue? Yeah, the levitate Bronzong. Doing alright. This is... Would you call this my third attempt at the Elite Four, or the second attempt, because I didn't make it past Aaron the first time? Thank you! Oh, that could not have gone any better. Thank you so much. Literally perfect. Okay, she's gonna heal. No, she's not? Oh, no. Why didn't she heal? Huh. At least, yeah, I got a pointless critical. Gina can take care of this. Now, oh, that's why she didn't heal, because she knew she could finish me off. Gina. That's one speedy golem, honestly. Is sand being pumped into the ceiling? Yes. Alright, you need a max potion pronto. Okay. Ooh, that's gonna really make it annoying. Yeah, okay. Bulldoze, huh? Interesting. I'm already slower than you, I don't see the point in... Gina, please. Thank you. So now this is interesting because we don't have Pingu. I might actually send Van Zieks and attempt the Solar Beam strat. I don't know if it's gonna work. But hey, may as well try. Yeah, I am faster. Oh, that did not nearly as much as I thought it was going to do. Jesus Lord. I don't know. No, yeah, I always think that. Oh, yeah. I don't even think that happens in the rain. Got a chesto berry, doesn't it? Yep. Resto berry. This is awkward. Of course. I know what to do. That's not when I wanted that to happen, thank you, but okay. Oh, interesting. That's how that works. I was wondering why that did so little damage. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh my god. Well, the sandstorm's just gonna get you, so... Oh wow, perfect timing. Nina, oh my fucking god. Nina! Yeah! Yes, girl! Let's do some damage control here because we need it real bad. Van Zeeks is down. For the first time. Help. Do that. Yeah, yeah. Isn't that the way this game goes, though? I'll need another citrus berry on, Nina, though. We'll listen to the real music this time. But we should start with Sweetheart, because Sweetheart can take care of the, this guy in one piece. What other items do I have on here, anyway? I should have done this ages ago. How much does Soft Sand boost the move's power by? The power 150. 200. Okay. It's super effectiveness. I think the usual 10%. So we're looking at, okay, 110 and 55, so okay, I need to 20%. Oh, Jesus. Do some mathing. I think fist plate might actually be the way to go because Sweetheart's this can do pretty much whatever I need it to do at the time. Sweetheart's Earthquake can do what I need to do, but the Hammer Arm, I think, could use the extra power from the Fist Plate. Pingu, there's really nothing else I can give you except for the Amulet Coin, so... Oh, I need to talk to Flint. Okay. Do I have Sweetheart in front? Okay, yeah. What's up with Flint's belt? Oh, those are overalls, straps. Okay. Good job, sweetheart. Doesn't high jump kick have like really decent accuracy? Not like it has that's not what I meant to say. That's not at all what I meant to say. It doesn't have a chance like to miss and then do damage to the all the damage that you would have done to the opponent gets done to yourself. That's what I meant to say. I know that's not at all what I said, but that's what I meant to say. So. Oh no. Sweetheart, no. There's a male Lopunny? Oh, I wouldn't even have noticed. Oh god. Isn't that Groudon Shiny locked? Sweetheart, no. She's not what you think she is. Okay, so the fifth plate was not the answer. I thought it would make the difference. It didn't. How come 90% for you means 100%, but 90% for me means like 50? I know that's just classic video game RNG, but like, it doesn't feel good. Yeah, that's right, sweetheart. That's not Space Boyfriend. Good night, Rabbit. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate you. Catch you at the charity. Thank God that doesn't have sturdy. Why are you faster? I guess I do have a minus speed nature on this Drifloon, don't I? Great, unburden. Nina, yes! God bless Nina. Nina has just been the MVP in this run-through of the Elite Four. Oh my. Unburden. That is really nice. I don't know how I haven't been using that before. Hopefully the unburden. Nina. No, Nina is my Driftblim. Unburden saved the day. Wow, man, a few words I see. Love that. Alright, Lucian time. Best one to start with be Britney Spears, so... Man, could you imagine if I didn't find that Razor Claw down in Victory Road? Like, if I just missed that, that would have sucked. Oh, neutral nature for this. Okay. Have to be really careful about this this Medicham because it's got pure power. This Medicham would have absolutely annihilated my team if I got any if this didn't go the way it did last time. Yeah, because it has pure power. So its attack stat is double what it should be. Wait, why am I doing this? Oh my god. Why am I... Oh my... I'm such an idiot. Just switch to Nina, you idiot. Because of the way high jump kick works. There. I forgot that high jump kick didn't have to miss. It just had to not hit. Junie!
Hey, sexy mama, nice teeth.
How are you, Junie? You're the bee's cheese. How was DKC2? I hope you had a really fun time. Welcome in, everybody. Wales, Hayden, Junie, Dishnet. I'm doing well. This is our third attempt at the Elite Four. The first time, Aaron, the first member, absolutely swept my entire team with a Beautifly, and the second time I made it all the way up to the champion. Very laid back time, nice. Megahorn. I don't think I would get rid of any of these moves for Megahorn. What is Megahorn going to do for me? What do I mean swept with Beautifly? I mean, my Rock Blast missed, it got Quiver Dance off twice, and swept the entire team with Bug Buzz. Hey Polter, how you doing? Yeah, Megahorn's jacked, but like, what is my Rhydon going to do with... It's not going to go faster than anything that could kill it with a Grass-type move, I don't think. Yeah, but I think I have enough coverage for Psychic types on this team as it is. I don't think I would ever want to send out Rhydon against a Psychic type. I think I'm good without it. K-Rule took you so many times tonight, we're not at 100% brain power. I feel that. There we go. Brittany, 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 Brittany. Been better? Oh, sorry to hear. Hope everything's okay. If there's anything I can do to help, if you want to talk or something, I'm here for you. Let's clean up this mess real quick. No, don't use those. Use the hyper potions. Oh, sorry to hear. Things are going well. Yeah, things are going well. Brittany. Yeah, Brittany. Oh, yeah, things are going pretty well. You know, finished grad school today, so that's really exciting. British mode. Britney Spears. Oh no. Now I'm British Dawn. Oh, I have to do it. I have to do a timer. Oh lord. So what I'm going to do is set another timer for 3 minutes, and we are going to sing like this, and we are going to fight Cynthia. Have you been keeping well? Thank you for my comment. I'm very grateful. Thank you to how you learn. I feel to see you here. As Pokemon League champion, I accept your challenge. This is my second time trying to do this thing, and this time I will win because I know what I'm doing. Oh yeah. Maybe Cynthia will have some mercy on me because of the song and my Britishness, I know. I really hope that is the case. I really hope that is the case. Oh, it's exerting its pressure now, and I going to hope that I can do this right now. I'm not going to try to do this. I'm not going to set up the light slosh. There we go. The old singing stream. I need to remember to limit those to a certain number of things on the stream. Come on, let's go and do this now. Come on, Britney Spears, you can do this. Well, come on, Britney. No, Britney, oh no, Britney, oh no. Britney, what are you doing? Please help me. Will she full restore? I don't know. Oh. She will. Uh-oh, stinky. She did not do that last time. She did not. She did not try that last time. She sacrificed a spirit to me, and it was a very nice thing to do. I wish she would do that again because it made my life a lot easier. So do. I am really doing my best. I am really doing my best. Cynthia, what are you doing? That was no, my fucking god, you must be kidding. You must be kidding me. I am very mad at that. That is ridiculous. How could that happen to me? That's not nice of you. How did you do that, you bitch? I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you right now. I'm so very mad at you right now. So very pissed at you right now. Even. Oh my god, you. Let's go freestyle. Let us go. Bible. Brittany. Alright, I'm gonna just go for 30 more seconds because there was a little bit of time here after they were not exactly the same time. They were not exactly at the same time. Okay, let's go, and now I think I am done. Yeah, I think I'm done. Brittany! Gastrodon. Okay, Gina, this is your time, Gina. Ooh, stretch. Oh, thank you. That felt good. It's an option? How long am I supposed to do that for? 3 minutes, I guess. Alright, family friendly mode, here we go. Come on, Gina. Yeah, Gina! That did less than I thought it was gonna do, but that's okay. Why? That'd be really funny if it did. Really funny. What did you... No, you can't do that. You have to be kidding me. You can't withdraw. Oh, Oh, that's not good. Gina! Gina! Burn, please. Damn. Darn. What's in the Bible? It doesn't count. What can I do here? This seems like my best option. I assume the people in the Bible did flatulate, yes. He had to. Yeah, R.I.P. Gina. That's okay. I bought in a I brought in a citrus berry just for this occasion on Nina. Psychic. Actually, Shadow Ball's just as good. It's better because of same type attack bonus. Oh. I think Nina's the best choice for this. Because she carries Thunderbolt. 3, 2, 1. Fuck! Oh, that'll help a lot. Oh. Marvel scale Flame Orb strats, huh? Will this kill? It didn't, okay. Okay, so we're already further than we've been before, because last time Lucario just absolutely annihilated my team because of the nasty plot. I don't want her to get close enough to where she'll, Unburden saves the day, baby. Keep current Pokemon because, Roserade is weak to Psychic, which means I can, with the Unburden, I should be, yeah. Dude, Unburden's a fucking great ability. What the hell? Oh, you have that. Of course you do. But that's okay because I'd be absolutely shocked if you had a no, you have you had a counter. Brittany, not Vanseeks. Oh my god, you have Dazzling Gleam. Really? Okay, well. Could have been worse. That's incredible. Gastrodon. Okay, I can deal with that. There is a very, very high chance that, oh, Gina's dead. Shit. Okay. That's not good. Okay. I didn't realize that was the thing that happened. Okay. It's okay, don't panic. Cynthia's item game is really on point, honestly. No, you fool. Thing's gonna get all its HP back if I don't hurry up. Hit. Yeah. Alright, now here's the struggle. Here's the struggle. Pingu is not very fast. Yeah. Here it comes. I do. I do have Ice Beam on Pingu. I'm going to attempt to chip it down a little bit with Muddy Water. Perfect. She can't switch out now. That's what I was hoping for, the lowered accuracy. It wasn't... Okay, so it's not perfect, but it did enough, I think, to where I can realistically send the others out. There's no reason to waste my star player when I can chip this thing down as much as possible. What the hell? Oh, no. Oh. That was a dodge, yes. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I wasn't ready for this. Uh-oh. Rip you. I do think I had the right idea, though. No, we don't have Levitate. This is a heat-proof Bronzong, and I was playing it where it lies. Yeah. Eat shit, Cynthia. Yeah! That was the coolest way. TMI, dude. Just a few minutes ago, you were the most powerful challenger, and just now, you became the most powerful of all the trainers. You are now our newest champion. We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Cynthia Town. Oof. That was, as much as Pingu did the final blow there, it was Gina Simmons who saved the day with that muddy water accuracy lower. Like, Gina did it. That was excellent. Truly an outstanding battle. You gave the support your Pokemon needed to maximize their power, and you guided them with certainty to secure victory. I don't know about certainty. You have both passion and calculating coolness. Together, you and your Pokemon can overcome any challenge that may come your way. Those are the impressions I got from our battle. Yeah, there was nothing certain about what happened there. I'm glad I got to take part in the crowning of Sinnoh's new champion. Now then, step onto the lift. Are you not coming too? Okay. Yeah. What's how mud slap, baby? Cannot believe. The room ahead is the Hall of Fame. Yes.
Why, your last battle was splendid. Oh, hello, Professor.
Oh, hello, Professor Rowan.
A child I enlisted for my Pokédex project has come this far. It's only natural that I come and witness their crowning achievement. I shouldn't call you a child anymore. You've grown into a real champion.
Professor, you still enjoy the enthusiasm kids bring to your research, don't you? Step this way, please, Twy. Professor Rowan, I need you over here as well. She needs him there? Like, what if he didn't show up? What would happen? Would I just not win?
It's been a long while since I last entered this room.
If the last time you were here when I became champion, then yes, that would be quite a long time ago. Twy, welcome to the Hall of Fame. Your names will be recorded for posterity here. What you are leaving are the memories of your adventures so far. Time to record your names. You and your Pokémon. Remember, your Pokémon are partners that grew with you through many challenging battles. This will make a permanent record of that achievement. I've used Uber and not Lyft yet. Welcome to the Hall of Fame. Me Spears. Nina. Fanzeeks. Gina. Simmons. Pingu. And Sweetheart. Look at me. Look at us. Who'd have thought? And now the credits. Oh my gosh. What a great time this was, honestly. I was never the most attached person to Gen 3, Gen 4. People know that. But like, this was just such a blast to experience this game. I know people are kind of divided on this remake. For what it is, I like it. I wish it included some of Platinum's stuff. But honestly, it's just a great time. What more do you want than that? It's fun. You just reliving memories from so long ago in this new art style. As funny as it is sometimes with the random zoom-ins and the weird Funko Pops people, but like, it was just a lot of fun. I'm so glad I did it. It's not over. We have some post-game stuff to do, but like, Darn. I wasn't even planning on buying this game, and yet here I am having an absolute blast with it. I really did play some great games this year. I say that because I don't think there's a chance for me to start a brand new one in the time we have left in the year. The modding scene's a huge plus. Oh yeah, there's a big modding scene right now, isn't there? But yeah, no, this was fun. This stream was also like chock full of crazy moments. Killing Palkia twice by accident, and then on the third try, freezing it and catching it in a single Pokeball. Oh yeah, you cannot switch games. Oh, this is cute. I never did contests, though. I have to do that, too. We have to go to Old Chateau and catch Rotom, too. Don't worry, I'm doing all that tonight. We're not done. Like, well, maybe not the contest, but I want to see, I want to try and catch some of the legendary, the Lake Trio. I have the Master Ball for Mesprit. Oh, and I guess that we also kind of need the National Dex, huh? I haven't seen a Riolu, but I know where there is one. I don't know what other Pokemon I'm missing. And as usual, if anyone wants to jump in for... Yeah, I can get the Riolu egg now, but hatching that would take a while. Damn, look at me. That's not the outfit I had on, but look at me. I haven't been to Iron Island at all, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, no, this game... Honestly... It took my memories of Diamond and Pearl... Well, Pearl specifically, and it really improved on everything that I could have... I didn't meet Riley. It improved on the game that I remember so much, even though it didn't do what Platinum did. And I do wish they remade Platinum, but I can't complain about this game. I heard the game's kind of busted, like broken, but I didn't run into that many glitches, if at all. The most I can say is that sometimes it wouldn't take my inputs in the menu, but I just had to keep mashing the button and that would be fine. Also, this game has the worst Joy-Con desync issue I've ever seen, but again, I feel like that's a hardware issue, not software. That's pretty. Isn't that the Lake Trio right there? Yeah. They're going back home. Hi. 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 Yeah, Yuxi, please don't open your eyes or I'm going to lose my entire memories, so that'd be bad. Don't worry, it's cooled down for the night. I won't do it again. Yeah. I don't know. I guess you can catch them right now, can't you? The game doesn't intend for you to do it, I don't think.
What's up, bitch?
Hey, Polter, how you doing?
Ugh.
Yeah, you mentioned.
I ate food, though, so...
That's good.
I apologize if I cough. I'm still coming off that head cold.
No, you're good. I can't get... What a nail-biter of a champion battle, though.
Oh, yeah, I hear it's even harder in this one.
It is. Well, that Garchomp has Swords Dance for one thing.
Yeah, they... You know what's cool? The post-game rematches bring in their platinum teams.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And I think they even go like one step further after you beat Stark Mountain or something. There's some like second thing that happens.
I think they get like tournament strats.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what the second like threshold is that you have to pass for them to upgrade again.
Mm. What did my mom just say? Did she say something about Snow Point City? I was not reading that.
Oh, she probably did, because the boat is there to bring you to the battle tower.
The Battle Island thing. But I think I need the National Dex to get anywhere past the first area.
Hmm.
Who am I
Yeah, it
missing?
is. Before and after Stark Mountain, you have different post-game.
Oh, I haven't seen a Cherim? Where on earth do you
things.
see a Cherim?
You evolve a Cherubi.
Really?
Oh,
That's it?
I don't fucking know.
Has to be another way.
I think if you fight every single trainer, then you get every Pokemon seen. Because I remember on my first playthrough, I was missing like Feebas and something else,
Mhm.
and it was like a trainer in that resort area, like that like diner where you can fight like random trainers.
Mhm. I haven't seen
One of them had a Feebas.
haven't seen Finneon.
Finneon will be easy to fish up, thankfully.
Yeah, I have a good rod, so. Well, before we do that, let's wake
Oh
up.
my god, Yak. Nice.
Red Alakazam got 4 Calm Minds while the Spirit Team tried to sucker. Oh my god. Nice. Oh, that would have been an interesting way to do it. I was afraid that Spirit Team had like, because if I threw out Bronzong, I was afraid it would have just Dark Pulsed me to oblivion.
That's very... Man, it's nice that Bronzong has more weaknesses now.
I know. Not
cool,
not
actually.
not now that I'm using it, but like
Does it show any Pokemon that uses Surf?
it's Bibarel, but I think if like let me see something. No, I think like you can see your Pokemon use it if you go into the menu or whatever, but I think Surf might be the exception there. Wow, Jesus, why am I running so fast? What the hell? Zoom! This perspective really makes it look like you're just like Usain Bolt.
He's coming at me like he's an Usain Bolt.
Alright, well I know Mesprit's like, just in case for some reason they change it.
Bitch.
Yeah, Mesprit's the bitch, but I'm still gonna save. Kion? Hi, Rowan. Yeah.
How did he... Well, I guess he could surf. Huh?
Yeah, he probably has all the badges. I wish you could fight more of the professors.
It would be cool if it would have been cool if they were in the Pokemon World Tournament.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that thing that you can't skip?
Oh my god, don't even get me started on... So many franchise original sins in that game.
Oh my god, there's dialogue if you don't have the marking map Poké chap.
Oh man.
Like, you idiot. Go to the Poké company.
Where do you get all those?
The
You just go back to
Jubilife.
the Pokédex
Yeah.
company?
Yep, Jubilife.
On like different days of the week or something?
Nope, just after gym badges.
Oh. Yeah, because I booted up Platinum,
Mm-hmm.
finishing the playthrough that I started in like 2011. Because I lost the cartridge for like 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I only had like 5 apps. I was like, what the fuck? Where the hell are all my apps? By the way, how's the chat? How's the audio balance between me and Twy? Let me turn myself down.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think that you should be good. You're significantly louder than the game. Probably not as loud as me.
Bread.
Memo pad. Oh, great.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, jotting down quick notes with this setup.
Yeah, jotting down quick notes with the Joy-Con. You can use gyro controls.
No. Marking that. Okay, finally something. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Hi. Yeah. What else you got? Oh, that's it. That's literally. I came all the way back here for that. Thank God there's Thank God there's the HM menu where you have to use the fucking control stick.
Oh my God! Wow.
You don't have to do it that way, but
Don't you like? Do you like how they only put one button?
yeah, no. I like that it has to load too. Very nice.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah. I do like these updated sprites though.
Yeah, that's quite the high definition for what looks to be like a monochromatic.
Yeah, like a Pebble watch from back in the day.
Yeah. 1080p Pebble Watch.
Mm-hmm. Like how it's like how my car's rear view camera is like fucking 1080p for like it's a really good quality reverse camera.
Nice.
I hate the dowsing machine in this game so much.
Oh no.
I haven't even bothered. Obtained Pokemon. Oh wow, one whole page. Look at me.
I assume you have to like you can't move around while dowsing. I mean, I guess you couldn't in the original.
The dot disappears. You have to hit it again.
Oy.
Where is the marking map? Give me the marking map. Where's that fucking marking map?
There's supposed to be a marking map here.
I just recently watched that episode of that vlog of Tim's. Well, I guess not vlog, but the original fucking Yoshi episode.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that.
It's on Breaking NCS.
Breaking in CS, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh,
It's
the
not on
Joy-Con
Jealous
desync. It's not on Jealous Guy now. Or maybe it is, but it's also there. There's the marking. Oh, look! How convenient.
You know what I used to do for some reason? Like, obviously, like, because it changes every time you go to a new zone.
Mm-hmm.
So, what you should do is go to a route, go to a like transition between two routes.
Mm-hmm.
But what I always used to do was go in and out of Celestic Town for some reason.
Really, Celestic Town.
Yeah, on the right.
God, I hate.
The original fucking Yoshi video is such a mind-blowing sentence for anyone who isn't in on it.
I know. Hey, I think she's staying here. So.
Yeah, for about 5 minutes. That's pretty generous.
So,
When do you get...
does she spawn here, or is she like?
She's in the grass.
She's in the grass. Okay, so I can just check this grass because it looks like it's this route.
Yeah, you can just check the grass.
Let me get the repel up. Oh my God, Polter, have you ever tried using a repel in this game?
Oh no! Oh no! Tell me no! No!
What?
Tell me they didn't. Tell me they didn't eschew.
No, they did. They didn't.
Another.
No, they did. They brought it back. But the prompt
Okay,
says, "Would you like to use another one?" That's it. Just look.
What? What? That's not enough context.
That's what I said. I was like, another what?
Like, what if I grabbed the second one?
Like, no, not a second one.
Would you like to use another one?
Is it in the
like
water?
It's like if you go in the direction of the. It might be a lower level than you. I think it might be level 50.
Oh, okay, then I'll stop. Oh.
Yeah, she won't disappear. Just like if you get into a random battle, she'll stay until like you encounter her.
Well, I thought that might have been her, but no.
Oh no, it's the Koopas all like no, but
But if you'd like to register.
I should redraw that panel.
You're not.
It's weird. It's weird seeing my festive PFP on a stream.
I know, yeah. I'm all smile timey now.
Oh yeah, man. I wanted to get in on that this year, and then I never reached out. It's worth a fart.
Where on earth is this fucking mess? It's not on the upper route, is it?
No, this is one route.
Okay.
You'll find it eventually.
Do I need to do
Wait.
it?
Does it only sometimes show a shot of your trainer before the wild Pokemon?
I have
slides in?
literally never seen that before in my life.
What the fuck?
If it has happened before, I was not paying attention. I really don't want you. No offense, Cricketot.
Oh.
Has something to do with stats?
Oh.
What do you mean it has something to do with stats?
How delightfully vague. Maybe you need to put somebody else out in front?
Okay, yeah, I'll put Nina out front, I guess. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw the Master Ball at it. I don't give a shit.
Oh, right. Yeah. Forgot you had that.
Oh, that has something to do with stats. A trainer close-up tells you the Pokemon has high ID. Really? Oh,
Whoa!
that's
really?
cool. That's really obtuse, but really cool.
That's extremely obtuse.
Like, if you know what that means, that's really cool, but like...
That's just something that you always have?
Which means I probably haven't run into a single Pokemon with 2 perfect IVs until now.
I mean, the odds of that are very low.
Yeah, but like... And of course it was like a fucking Kricketot. That was a Bidoof? Okay.
Would have been a rad... Oh yeah, it was a Bidoof. Oh,
It might be in the water.
It's a Bidoof. I'm gonna catch him.
Maybe Mesprit's in the water. I'm gonna check the water.
It's in the water.
Don't drink the water.
It's where you came from.
Oh, no, she moved. That's why.
Oh.
Hi, sweetheart. Oh, a Shunka
that's-
Berry.
That's annoying.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, you're going further away. Get closer. I hate that you have to, like, predict where it is going to go.
I don't think you can't even really, like, you just have to go between 2 zones until you happen to be in the right spot.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, Rhydon.
Can I put her away? Okay, there we go.
Return to... Oh, wow, that's actually an option. Wild.
Thank
Here we go,
God.
I've got the no, but if you would like to register panel, I'm gonna draw it.
God, this is like in case 4-3 of Apollo Justice when I got lost and just kept walking past Lamiwa. And so I would just kept hearing da do 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 before I could get to the next screen. No, you went too far up, dingus. Yeah, I'm gonna go find Yuxi. I don't give a shit right now. This is too much. Also, shout out to being able to fly from the town map.
Oh yeah, that was the best in ORAS.
Mm-hmm. In Oras, you could fly to routes, which was really nice.
Yeah, and you could soar.
Mm-hmm. Soarin'.
And people say those are bad remakes.
Do I want to sell it? No, not right now. I mean, Snow Point City. Yeah, I'm gonna walk through the fucking snow.
You don't like walking through the snow?
God, what if Mesprit just showed up right now?
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Mm-hmm. God, I got my ass handed to me by Aaron's Beautifly today.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
I saw, like, right after I got into the stream.
Mm-hmm.
That apparently you got swept by a Beautifly.
It was very validating because I like Beautifly, but it hurt a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they got buffed in Gen 6 or 7, probably.
6, yeah, and it used Quiver Dance twice, so those 3 stats
Oh god.
doubled, yeah. Damn, the barrel's like a speedboat. Hey, it's hiding oyster.
I'm glad they didn't stick with the agonizingly
Mm-hmm.
slow,
From Pearl and Diamond, yeah, the walking speed
yeah.
surfing. Alright, let's go to Lake Acuity. Hey girl, how you doing? Who should I send? I should probably have, what's his name? Pingu out. Actually, no, I'll Nina because she has Thunderbolt.
You have, good ways of inflicting statuses?
Nope.
Oh dear.
It's okay.
Where do you get... Where do you do fashion in this game?
Veilstone City.
Makes sense.
It's the old game corner. It even keeps the music.
Oh, awesome! Wait, so oh my god, you get to listen to that while dressing up now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Badass.
Oh damn it! I was hopeful. You always throw a
Man,
quick
they
ball.
look,
See
they
you,
look
Blue.
so happy when they throw the Pokeball.
I know.
I feel just like Samus when I press A.
I'm gonna need more Dusk Balls. That's for damn sure. But good night, Blue.
Peace out, Blue.
Oh yes, use Amnesia actually, please. That will help me. Trying to not kill this thing. God, Polter, you won't believe what strat they gave Flint.
Oh.
Drift Blim minimize baton pass
Oh.
to Infernate.
Christ.
Imprison?
That is such a weird... Like, has anybody in the history ever used that move?
I don't.
Like a human being?
I don't think so. It's so situational.
Be curious to see if there was, like, some... Like, if you had, like, the same Pokemon as the... If you had, like, a Garchomp...
Mm-hmm.
Well, a Garchomp would be able to learn in prison.
Nothing with a common move pool learns in prison. That's the problem.
Yeah. You can make sure enemies can't use Future Sight on you.
Hmm. Hey, that was easy.
Hey, nice. Man, Dusk Balls are so fucking ugly.
I know. The knowledge Pokemon. Well, as usual, we give our legendaries the most mundane names I can think of.
Carl.
You know, yeah, I was gonna say Joe, but Carl fits.
It's weird. We've been referring to them as females this whole time.
Yeah.
All of a sudden we're like Carl.
Send to a bar. Let's see Carl's summary. Levitate. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of defense.
Yeah, Yuki is an offensive one.
That's right. Azelf is the attacker, right? And Mesfrit's balanced.
I thought it was the other way around, but you might be right.
I thought Azelf was attacker because it could learn explosion.
I don't fucking know.
Man, have you been watching Tim's new LMAO, by the way?
I watched the first part.
I haven't seen the second part yet either.
But the first part was fun.
Mm-hmm. I want to watch more of your LMAO too. I didn't finish Horrorland.
I want to record more of that because I haven't even played half the boards yet.
Robbed at Tongue Point. What a good title.
Oh my god.
Neo King's cameo. Oh, Neo King cameoed? Oh my god.
In the second part of Tim's?
Yeah. Tim
Oh,
must have
boy.
jumped into a Smile Time voice chat and said hi while recording. Let's go. Let's see if I can afford that last outfit in the fashion center. Neo King shows up like halfway through. Oh my god.
Some things never change.
Mm-hmm. I love the Gengar jacket so much. But I do like this leather jacket look.
That's not a lot of options.
Yeah, but they're better than Lucas's options. I like this.
That's not hard to imagine. I'm gonna play as Lucas though. When I eventually, I've had it for like a week now. I just got sick, so I didn't feel like playing anything, and also the TV isn't in here anymore.
Mm-hmm. This one's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I like it too much. Not good for the winter.
Well, it's not winter in Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, that's right. I thought Sinnoh was just cold all the time.
I mean, it's farther. It's further north,
Mm-hmm.
but
Alright. Maybe I'll go to Turnback Cave real quick. There's no
and
order.
you can also do the Acuity Park too.
Oh yeah. Acuity, whatever, yeah.
Is that what that place is called?
Amity Park? Amity Park.
No. The new one. They replaced Pal Park with a legendary catching spot.
Oh, like if you miss them?
No, like close, like kind of like the Hoopa rings in Oras.
Oh, interesting. Where is Turnback Cave? I thought there's supposed to be a fucking Turnback Cave.
Maybe it's not here yet.
Do you need the Nat Dex for that? You shouldn't.
It's very possible.
I don't think you needed that before. I thought you needed the Nat. I thought you needed Giratina to get the Nat Dex.
I don't fucking know. I played Platinum.
Fair. Nice. I haven't seen any of Lucas's options because I haven't looked them up.
Because nobody cares about Lucas. Lucas is like the most forgotten. Lucas is even more forgotten than like Calum.
Oh god, Calum. Yeah, it's not Calum's fault. Serena's just so much better.
Or Nate.
Who?
That's Black 2.
Oh yeah, because Rosa is everyone's favorite.
Yeah, Rosa is like one of the cutest designs ever.
Mm-hmm.
I also thought it was. Excuse me. I also thought it was funny how like in some of the generations, like the male and female trainers literally look like alternate versions of each other, and in some of them they're like totally different people.
Thank God that Leaf exists.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, Azel.
Yeah, they all have canon names. It drives me nuts that people that people still insist on calling the first two Red and Blue. Who the fuck names their kid that?
These guys. These parents.
I mean, I guess, but Gary is such a better name for him.
I know. Smell you later. Oh god, Azel has nasty plot.
I love that, like, the pro tags in Gen 5 are Hilbert and Hilda.
They're the worst names, honestly.
I mean, they're not. It's just Hilda is not right for that design.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Hilbert is right for that design either. Zelf just surviving over here.
Surviving.
Alright, so you're not gonna go down to CC as your friend. Yeah, Hilbert. I know. I know. Trust me, I laugh at it all the time. Come on, Britney Spears. I think you can tank most of this. I don't know what else Azelf even has.
I'm pretty sure they all have Future Sight.
No, because that's not gonna hurt Britney.
I think Future Sight might bypass type effectiveness.
No, I think it's typed now. I don't think it was before.
No, it was always typed, but it bypassed some stuff.
One of my favorite Pokemon moments is when Tim was trying to catch Rayquaza, and it got caught a lot easier than he was expecting. He was just so happy.
I love
Yeah, and it was clapping.
I love that one moment in like the Reggie Ice video.
Mm-hmm.
Need to go back and watch that. Oh my god. Like 40 minutes into the recording, he's just like, what are we doing? And then he instantly like pounces on himself for daring to ask, what are we doing, after 40 minutes of doing the same thing over and over.
What, didn't he run from one of the Reggies?
Maybe.
Because he one got knocked out, so it said use next Pokemon, and he said no.
Oh.
Oh my god, will you please learn how to... you're just like Valve, you know that? You can't count to 3.
This Koopa looks extremely cursed.
Good. You used Imprison already. What are you gonna... again? I told it to learn to count to 3, now it can't count to 2.
Did you know? I didn't
No.
know this until like recent. What?
I'm kidding.
That in Generation 5, Pokeballs never shake twice.
Really?
They will always break out on 0, 1, or 3.
That's interesting, I did not know that.
It's like, why?
This poor thing has extrasensory and psychic as its attacking moves.
Oh my god. Extrasensory is like... this is the only gen where, like, anything knows it for some reason.
I remember it coming up a decent amount in Gen 3.
Gen 3, it was literally only known by Nuzleaf.
Oh, you know why I remember it then? Because Shiftry had it in Sydney's fight. And that Shiftry doesn't fucking die because it uses double team strats.
Oh my god.
The fact that this game just allows the AI to use evasion strats that are banned in tournament play.
I mean, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Yak, honestly. Stop using Imprison. Jesus.
What else is funny is when you do that in a fight with a legendary, and then the legendary also leaves, because you can't fight it again if you run from it.
Yeah, it's like, alright, I'm done. You done? Yeah. The balls ain't even shaking now.
You going for the color coordination, I see?
No, I'm just going for Great Ball because they're the next best thing I have.
I mean, honestly, when I'm catching legendaries, I don't even bother with decent balls for the most part. I just chuck Pokeballs.
Yeah, me
the
too.
difference is so minuscule. God, I love hunting legendaries.
I know this doesn't do anything, but I'm like holding the B button down.
You know what drives me nuts is when games have 4 bounces before it hits the ground. Because I always try to hit A, B, and then hold down on the bounces, but when there's 4, I never know what to do.
This Azelf is so angry. I guess it is the being of willpower, so...
Oh god, luxury balls are so gorgeous. They're like easily the best looking Pokeball. Because, I mean, black and gold pretty much goes with everything. It's Koopa.
Koopa.
Koopa, Grandpa, Koopa.
So I learned, actually, that you can buy, like, 20 Pokeballs at a time, and the game will just give you 2 Premier Balls. So you don't have to buy them in bunches of 10 like you used to.
Oh, wild.
Alright, I have one Ultra Ball. Let's go. Well, that worked.
Hooray!
Haha. Let's go for Drip.
Fuck yeah.
No, they don't like that.
Drip ball. Junk ball.
Thank you.
Whoa!
Thank God I have this Drapion here, otherwise this thing would be wiping my entire team. Boy, they
Yeah,
wiped my ass with that one.
With that one.
I mean, they wiped the floor with my ass, is what I meant.
Is what I meant.
FMAO Mario Party 2 has to be one of, like, the funniest experiences.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the greatest. That it has the perfect so happy.
It has suicidal DK.
Suicidal DK. What has happened
To my
to
Mario Kart 2 game. Bowser
Bowser
has taken
has
over.
taken over.
It has the when Tim gets a hidden block and he's like, "Oh, where are you at?" And then his bottom
where are
teeth,
you at?
his bottom
My
teeth
bottom
came up.
teeth came out.
Oh, where are you at? And the way he tries to say "at" but can't do
Where
it.
are you at? Slur together so beautifully.
DK, there's so much to live for,
There's so much to
DK.
live for, DK. He sounds so desperate, like he's really trying to
He's
convince
really
DK.
talking DK off a bridge. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so funny.
I'm thinking about asking. He mentioned in like the first part that he might get some friends on. I'm thinking about asking him if he wants to get, if I could hop on for a board of that.
Ellie. I would love to be on one of those.
Yes. Let's do it. Let's have like one board with me, you, Junie, and Tim.
That would be the most chaotic thing. What did I name the first one? Carl?
Yeah. Name this one Weezer.
I was gonna name it Sheen.
Oh, that works too.
Because it's blue, I mean, like...
Yeah. Now you have to name Mesprit Ultra Lord.
Yeah, and not Jimmy.
Not Jimmy.
We can name... If I ever catch Arceus, we can name that Jimmy.
Ugh. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I guess I might as well go fishing in the ocean and go catch a Finneon.
Fish in the ocean.
Jimulus with the stimulus, yep.
Recently, I've started attaching that where Tim started calling it the champiest.
Mm-hmm.
I started attaching that to literally anything that ends in an like an in sound,
Mm-hmm.
like oshist.
Man, when you said champiest and Tim, I was thinking about how he genuinely did not know that there was a fifth member.
There was a fifth member.
Hey, Jasmine, you're still here?
You know, it makes me wonder, like, in Kanto,
Mm-hmm.
was there like in Kanto? Okay, who was the first Elite Four member that blew that your rival fights in the Kanto games?
Oh, the one that probably got fired?
Well, yeah, because well, I guess because like
Because Lance moves down, I assumed.
I would assume, but then again, that's not what happens in any other game when the champion gets replaced.
I assume it's because the protagonist doesn't want to sit there in the room and...
Well, sure, but in Sun and Moon, you literally become the champion, and you stay it, and you have to do like title defense. I mean, of course, that's a bit different because you're the person who establishes the Pokemon League.
God, you said title defense, and I just picture, like, Disco Kid walking up like, oh,
Ready for this?
Yeah, Disco Kid! And he throws out his fucking, like, Ludicolo.
He He would have a fucking Ludicolo.
You know he's like Tierno, he's got all the dancing Pokemon.
Yeah, he plays Mirror B's music for the whole fight.
I did play that for Flint's, actually.
Oh, nice.
Just because I made a joke about if he dyed half of his hair, he'd be Mirror B. Where is the fucking Finneon?
What an asshole.
And I can't look for where it is because it's not in my Pokedex, man.
Man, I wish they would bring back the Dex Nav.
Yeah.
That was such a good addition. That was like the best thing about Oras.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some steep competition there.
I mean, Finneon here. Starting to doubt myself.
I know you can find Luminion outside Fuego Ironworks.
Oh god, I forgot about Fuego Ironworks.
I don't even remember where that is.
It's,
You
I think, by
surf-
Floraroma Town.
Yeah, you like surf. There's like some weird path that you surf down.
Yeah, let me, where the fuck is Floraroma? There it is. Oh look, it's on the map. Well, that spoils it. I found that by accident when I played this as a
Oh.
kid.
Well, there you go. Some cool stuff in there.
Mm-hmm. La Firestone.
Oh yeah.
Magby, I think.
Yeah, I think you could even find Magmar in there.
Hmm.
It's basically like a fire version of the power plant.
Did the Pokemon on the honey trees just eat my honey? Did I have a plan for the roamers? You just pray? Through God, all things are possible, so jot that down.
Oh my god. You know they have new music now?
What, the roamers?
Yeah, the birds.
The birds are there?
Wait, how many roamers are there in this game?
I thought Mesprit was the only roamer in this one because the birds are in Platinum.
Oh, that's right. The birds are in the park. How the fuck would you normally get to Fuego?
Right, Cresselia.
Cresselia.
Sorry, I tried to block
Okay.
Cresselia out of my mind because I'm a Mystery Dungeon player. Cresselia. I named her Seed Waster.
That's interesting because I would imagine if I had to pick out like a team for you, I think I'd put Cresselia on it.
Really? I do like psychic types. And the color scheme is good. I love everything about Cresselia except for, like, I think its moveset's kind of lackluster. And also just, I hate it in Mystery Dungeon. Here we are, Fuego Ironworks.
Here we are, SquarePants Manor.
What berries are citrus berries? Oh, thank you, because I used them all up. It's soft earthy, so not loamy anymore, it's earthy.
Not Loamy. Because Loamy was a bad word.
Yeah. Cresselia was framed in what way?
It's your own damn fault you take so many hits.
It's not my fault that every time you go into Dark Crater, Cresselia's like, I have decided that I want to die.
Can you... Is there some reason why you can't do that thing where you, like, box her in between you, isn't there?
Because your partner always walks behind you.
No, but...
You can't arrange them like you could in, like, the later games.
No, but you could do that in Rescue Team. I did it all the time.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
If you're in a hallway and you turn around, then they, like, just the way that, like, that they swap as you move, as you pass them, it basically flips the people following you, like, backwards.
God, there's trainers in here.
Oh man, Yak. Oof.
Ooh. Turn, thank you. Turn the other way now, please. Look at me using the fucking D-pad so I don't wake these dudes up. Why does the place look like this? Where's Mr. Fuego? Is he in the middle?
I don't fucking know.
Fuego my ego. Well, this sucks. How do I... Maybe... Oh, no, maybe... Oh, maybe like this? Okay, okay.
I gotta stop listening to this fucking music, man. Because I keep just wanting to sing along to it, but nobody else can hear it. What music? Hey, what music plays in the Fuego Ironworks?
I have no idea what song this is. Hello,
Here,
Father Rope TTV.
Turn on the.
How are you? I'm goated. Well, thank you. How's the remaster of the
just the basic cave music.
Yeah, the remasters, I find it very fun, actually. I've really enjoyed it. Which of these is going to take me to...
Would have been cool if it played like the Galactic Eterna building, like the first Galactic hideout.
I forget how that even sounds. Ellie Friend as well, how are you doing? Yeah, no, this is really fun. We just beat the game, so like I'm legendary hunting and going to locations I haven't been to before because I forgot they existed, like Fuego Ironworks. Really want to fight anybody here. A jar of rock incense?
Oh yeah, that's for Sudoruto, I think.
What would rock incense smell like?
It smells like oh come on, you know what rocks smell like.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
Wet rock?
Yeah, but that wouldn't be my ideal incense.
Oh, I would love that shit.
Thank you so much for the raid, Father Rope TTV. God, that new raid alert this gets me every time.
Oh my god. I didn't even see it because I had the thing muted.
It's a clip of Billie Eilish saying, "Hey, sexy mama, nice teeth."
Wow.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for sending. Thank you so much for sending someone Father Rope my way. Appreciate that. Dash. What do you? Oh, well, guess this is after Surf, yeah. Very proud. Yeah, no, but thank you so much for the raid.
Rapidash.
How was your stream, Father Rope? God, I'm so overleveled for this.
Yeah, geez, Twilight, why didn't you come here earlier?
Yeah, because I forgot it existed.
SMH my head.
I know. I'm the worst. I'm the absolute worst. Well, you... Oh, God, Joy-Con desync is really bad in this game. I don't know what it is. I never have this issue with other games. How does motherfucker... He cheated. Hey, Mr.
You know, honestly,
Flags.
some of the evolve level things are just ridiculous.
Mhm.
Like, Metatite evolves at like level 38. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, why did I come all the way here for TM35 flamethrower? You can buy that.
You came all the way here because outside you can fish and possibly find Finneon.
Oh, that's why I'm here. That's right.
Yeah, because this was where Luminion was another Pokemon that I needed to find for when I did this in Platinum, and I ended up coming here to look for it.
Hmm. Valorant. Oh, nice. Hope you had fun. I have admittedly never played Valorant. Alright, now can I leave here, please? I don't want to be here anymore. Rope is drunk. I see. I should have been drunk today, considering hey, I finished school.
Oh man, I could go for something.
Yeah, me too.
We actually have Angostura bitters. We've never had them before.
Oh, Angostora's good.
You can add that shit to I can add that shit to milk, and it's delicious.
Where's Angostura made? I feel like I should know that.
What is Angostura?
It's a brand. Oh no.
It's just a brand.
It's from Trinidad.
Oh, well, there you go.
Me too. Okay, not me, but like my family. House of Angostura in Trinidad and Tobago. What do you mean it got away? I hit the A button. I've had no luck fishing. I tried Feebas grinding and I stopped after like 30 minutes of it.
Oh god, fuck that shit. I did that once for my Emerald Let's Play and I'm never doing it again.
At least in Orhas they decided, hey, let's make it tolerable.
Yeah. I'm really glad I did that in Emerald, though. That was, actually learning how to make Pokeblocks properly.
Mm-hmm.
On top of legitimately hunting down a Feebas. Felt good.
Isn't it good?
Something good. Give me something good.
No, I'm like,
Give me something good.
you haven't lived until you've tried Milotic hunting in Gen 5.
Oh, Jesus.
That 1% rippling water super rod fishing chance.
Yeah, not interested.
Yeah, well, I needed it because I didn't have any friends. I didn't have any friends who were playing the game at the time, so that's what I had to do. I wanted my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, yeesh.
I hope home functionality gets added to BDSP soon.
Where is that Infinia?
Because I added a bunch. Because I went to the trouble of breeding like a perfect Glameow because I randomly developed an affection for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to breed like a shiny and then like use it as my starter because I've already used all the starters in Sinnoh.
Hmm.
And I wanted to have perfect stats because I know Perugly's not very good. Excuse me.
Let me see. Okay, so it says Route 205, Route 218. Am I head to where Assface is calling me? Well, no. Oh, let me guess, because this is considered the Fuego Ironworks, and... Didn't mean to do that.
What the?
Man, it's so nice having been able to use a team of, except for Empoleon, that I've literally never used before. Like, none of these guys.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can find some good Pokemon that I've never used. I should try using Illuminion, even though they kind of suck.
They are pretty bad, yes. Let's try fishing here, because this is not considered Fuego Ironworks.
Man, you know, I'm glad they stuck. Head to where Assface is calling you. I'm glad they stuck with, even if they dropped Megas, which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that they're at least sticking to regional variants.
Mm-hmm.
Because that actually gives another chance. That's another thing that gives another chance to Pokemon that sucked before.
Yeah. Please give me Hisuian Dunsparce. Let me know that it was once good.
Oh man, imagine like, what are they called? Shit, what are they called? Oh,
Just...
damn, what's that fish? Beta fish. Imagine like a beta fish Luminion.
Oh, yeah. That'd be cool. But not even a nibble. Am I just like... Am I cursed?
I mean, Luminion is already based on beta fish, but like one that has like the red and blue, the red and blue coloring.
Mm-hmm. Be fun.
Really, really flashy. Or, oh my god, what if it was like Vivillon, where it had like different patterns you could collect?
That would be cool. Might make people interested in it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're literally not a Finneon. Wait, am I... Is this the old rod that I have registered or the good rod? Wait a minute.
Hold the fucking phone. Slow your roll there.
I'm gonna be so embarrassed. Okay, it is the good rod. Okay. My rod is good. Why aren't they biting it? Shut up.
Oh,
Basculin's
man.
getting an evolution? Shit.
Yeah, Basculegion. It's
Wow.
a water ghost, I think. It's like a big giant evolved form. It actually looks like a barracuda, and it's like possessed by all the souls of the Basculin that didn't make it upstream.
Jesus. That's pretty rough. Pretty metal.
It's so cool.
I like that, though. I like the idea of Hisui and Voltor being so friendly. But it's just like...
Oh, I didn't even look at that yet.
No, it's like they love people, but they discharge when they get too happy.
Haha, that's funny.
So people are mean to it, and that's why Voltor are mean now.
I love Cleavor. That's really cool.
I do love Cleavor. Finneon, 45% chance my ass. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's 5% chance.
Is it because it's at night or something?
Just... The wiki says fishing, good rod, 40% chance. But then underneath it, fishing, good rod, 5% chance. And there's no distinguishing factor.
Weird.
Southern segments, northern segments. Oh, you can't even catch Finneon in the northern segment, so... Hisui and Zoro, yeah.
That's a really cool idea.
Hmm.
Oh man, that would be... Oh my god. Imagine like a Stanley Parable ass Pokemon that like the achievement where you get that for like not playing for 5 years. There's a Pokemon that only evolves like if your save file is like 10 years if you caught it like 10 years ago.
Oh my gosh. People would be so mad about that, and I would just find it so funny.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to fill your Pokedex for like 10 years.
35% in my ass, Paper Star. There it is. Oh my god, it lights up? I didn't know that. I didn't know Finneon was bioluminescent.
Cool. I didn't know that either. I don't think I've seen one since they made the jump to 3D.
God, quick balls are not very attractive either, huh?
No. Oh man. I did all my catching for my Glammeow breeding session in quick balls, and now all my perfect Glammeows are in ugly ass quick balls. I'm like, oh.
No, you should be able to change what ball the thing is in.
You should be able to change one. That should be like a ball transfer at any PC.
Yeah.
You should be able to change what ball the Pokemon is in. Because Pokemon are stored in the balls.
Oh no, it's a girl. I can't name it Phineas. Penelope.
Penelope. So happy.
Candace? No, no. If you say the joke, you're getting banned. I'm kidding. I don't care.
Wow.
No. It's not a chance of me being that awful. Why don't I go to fucking Eterna City and go to the old chateau? Mesprit can go.
Have fun.
What?
Have fun with Rotom.
Did they make Rotom really hard to catch or something?
I think Rotom's always been catch rate 3.
Oh, I caught Rotom in a single quick ball my first ever time playing this game.
Really? Maybe it's 45. Okay, it's 45. I thought it was 3.
Mm.
I remember it being a pain in the ass when I caught mine that I used on my first platinum run.
An ass in the pain.
No.
I don't know what that means. You know, because Magnify worked us to the bone. No, to the pain.
That sounds like like an anime episode, an ass in the pain or something.
Yeah. It'd be like the adult Pokemon episodes, like just like a more adult-oriented anime. And I don't like it here. SpongeBob.
It'd be cool to see like
Mhm.
it'd be cool to see like if they made like sequels to the Sinnoh games where like
Mhm.
the old chateau has been like refurbished but still has like ghosts in it.
Mhm. Was that you or the game?
Eh?
I heard something like hoo hoo hoo.
I
Fahrenheit.
didn't hear no.
Hey, sexy mama, nice teeth.
How you doing, Farron? Nice percent. Going on. We're in the old chateau. We are catching Rotom, hopefully. I don't remember what room he's in. What were you up to, Faron? Oh, substitute.
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 Chef Torte, the cake's moving!
The cake is not moving.
What? This is not moving! Back to work! Talk no more of this! No, really, truly. Why would I lie?
Why?
Because you are an idiot.
Wow. Yeah, that's right. He does say that. Oh, this is La TV. Let me. Why can't I? Okay. Why can't I catch Rotom?
Oh, you need the. I think you need the national dex.
Are you kidding? You finished Yoku's Island Express with 69%, so you're not. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Nice.
Ah, nice.
Oh, a Dread plate. Metroid Dread.
Metroid Dead.
J. Egg Parnale, Metroid A. Le Larvae. Hey, Twy. Sounds like the narrator for the Altafina promo commercial when you starts.
So weird.
Welcome to the sun-drenched tropical paradise
Paradise
of the Wild Delvino.
We're so pleased to welcome you to our beautiful home.
Yeah, no, Pal said I didn't. I'm thinking I'm just gonna come back later and do this all once I get the Nat Dex.
Oh.
Oh, is Reggie Gigas available now?
Good fucking question.
I thought you
might-
needed to be the champion.
I think you need to get. You probably need to catch all 3 Reggies in the park.
Oh, is that where you get them?
I don't know if they're in the park. I don't think they're in the park. I think you just get the version legendaries there.
I'm
not sure. Let me look it up. Man, you know what? I still need to go back and play the Sword and Shield DLCs. Because I hear they're, like, really good.
Oh, they are, yeah, I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah, you do need the national dex. For the Reggies.
Damn. 700 for a pearl, really?
Really? That's bunk, dude.
5,000 for a nugget. 1,000 for a
toilet water.
Stardust. I feel like big mushrooms go somewhere else for a ton of money. So I'll just...
I don't know if the item is that guy in this game.
I don't know.
Because it was Gen 5 that started doing the item maniacs.
Why did it have to zoom in to tell me that only the chosen may enter Snow Point Temple? You have to leave.
Because she needs to know. She needs to make sure you can see that she's looking you in the eye.
Mm-hmm. Like, bitch.
Bitch.
I am the chosen. Let me go to Sand Gem Town and go to that route.
Bitch, I'm the champiest.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna get in my way?
Oh, you know what? I should go to Orberg Gate, because I think there's a trainer with a Riolu just sitting in the bottom of Orberg Gate.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Rock Smash. La-da-dee, la-da-dum, la-da-doo. La-da-dee, la-da-dum, la-da-doo.
Is that what he thinks? I thought it was la da dee, la da do, la da dum.
I thought it was la-da-dee, la-da-dum, la-da-doo. No, la-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum is right.
Huh.
La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum. La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum. SpongeBob.
Finish the quote. Go ahead.
I don't remember the rest.
What episode are you talking about?
The one where he's singing along, la-da-dee, la-da-dum, la-da-doo, and then SpongeBob's in the shower singing it with him.
Oh. Okay. I don't remember what episode that is.
I don't either.
We need to do a SpongeBob watch party one of these days.
That would be really fun. I think Mayo's done those. No, that's not the movie. I don't think SpongeBob and Squidward shower together in the movie.
I don't think SpongeBob and Squidward get like a line. Does SpongeBob and Squidward actually say anything directly to each other in the movie?
I think Patrick. I think Squidward says that. No, SpongeBob says Squidward's fly is down at the end of the movie.
Is that it?
It is in the movie? Okay. Before the Krusty Krab 2's open. Okay. Oh, okay. And then there's that's disgusting. I feel like I need to scrub myself. Hey, buddy, I warmed it up for you. Patrick, get out. I put some clothes on.
That's quite a subdued reaction to somebody appearing in your bathtub.
I mean, he screams.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
A bag of stardust. Cool. TM31 brick-a-break. Brick-break. Hello. I'm a veteran, yes, but don't you dare treat me like a senior citizen. Okay. I was right, there's a Riolu down here.
Oh. Oh, there you go. Kill it.
Yeah, I am. I'll burn it to the ground. To get back at all the trouble that Cynthia's Lucario caused me. It swept my whole team.
Oh my god.
Nasty plot.
Well.
Oh.
Nasty. Lucario? That's weird.
Well, for Aura Sphere. And Flash Cannon. I think Lucario actually has a higher special stat.
Really?
That might not be true, but like I remember it being so. It's like, say it. What? Petuni? Say it ain't so. Oh, it's so alright. Like, who says that? What are you smacking me down for? Penguins don't fly, dumbass. Van Zeeks is growing.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they do have 5 more points in special attack.
That's weird, because you think of Lucario as like being a punchy kind of Pokemon.
Yeah.
But I guess the
5
idea is
more
that-
points in- when they Mega Evolve, that reverses.
Oh. Wild. What does
That
Mega
is so...
What does Mega Lucario look like again? I can't remember.
It's got like stripy pants.
Oh, okay. Probably longer like ear things.
Yeah, and it's got like red extremities.
Hmm. Would you like to use strength? Yes.
My god, yeah.
Yak's got the right idea. The Earth Plate. Oh, great. That's right. All of the damn plates are everywhere. Didn't even think about it. I'm so glad you can skip the animation for Rock Smash after you the first Rock Smash.
Oh, nice.
Well, the first Rock Smash on a screen. Every time you do it in a later screen, you have to see it again. Life's not perfect, but what can you do?
Yeah, what a cockatripe, man.
Cocatripe.
Cockatripe. Sure.
Yeah. My friends tell me I'm very good at saying words wrong. You see what they got? You see what? Look what they got. What? Le face Javier's.
What?
Divine. The girl likes like look what they have in like lifesavers, but she says like Le face Javier's.
Oh.
I really don't want to head to where ass face is calling me.
Too bad. You must.
But I need to see, I need to get the rest
You
of.
must. You heathen.
Oh, I need Dialga.
You need a...
Where am I supposed to get
Much money
Dialga from? The damn statue? Whatever the fuck number 114 is, I need that.
114?
I need whatever's between Clefable and Pichu.
What the fuck? It's... Oh, it's unknown.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I can do that. I have to go to Solaceon Town. Hey, Zeno, how you doing? Go to Ass Face Mountain. Is that like Brokeback Mountain? Hey, Mesprit's here, but it's gonna leave. Mesprit, you bitch! Would you like to use another one? In the middle of cursing Mesprit out. Now is not the time.
Would you like to use... So fucking weird.
like the first time I saw it, I was like, another what?
Would you like to use another one? I'm never getting over that.
Top right, lower left. Top
It's
right.
like if you
top
go in
left,
the direction
top
of the arrow. It's like, what are you talking about?
Top right, lower left, top right, top left, lower left. Okay.
One of the emote slots for the entire unknown alphabet. Oh my god. It wouldn't be that hard to get, honestly. I mean, well, you'd have to be a partner.
Oh man, unknown N. Looks weird. Because it's floating at like a weird angle. It looks like...
Oh yeah. On Oras, I actually have every one. I went to the trouble of finding every one.
I don't like the unknown that much to do that. A rare candy. Okay, enough of that. A nugget.
Array Conde.
It's like how in French
How
the
am
word...
I supposed to make a Roadrunner without papier mâché?
It's like how in French, like the word for rarely is rarement. Like how the fuck are you supposed to say that?
Rarement.
Well,
Well, I'll tell you how you're probably not supposed to say it is by just like sneezing violently.
the drums on that are so violent.
Because I like
Big. No, get off the wall. Wall.
Whoa!
What are you doing? Oh, she beat you because of... Oh.
Aww. It'd be cool if they did something to make unknown usable, like have them kind of have like the schooling mechanic that Wishy-Washy has.
Listen, there's a reason Spell of the Unknown is the most misleading Pokemon movie.
Like if you have like, what if catching every kind of unknown and putting them all in a PC box caused them to like coagulate into like one like unknown horde?
Oh, the big house, okay. Polter, Gygax says your friend sounds like Klingon.
It did? I was trying to say it like properly. Oh no.
Klingon. Damn. Okay, I need to find Charim. Where the fuck am I gonna... I guess in the Victory Road, maybe I missed somebody. Nope, there's no Charim here. Wait for Hisui and Unknown, which is actually OP and based on Japanese characters. Oh my god, that'd be something.
Can you imagine if there were that many unknowns though? If they figure out a way to like procedurally generate unknown forms.
Oh lord. You do not speak French at all. Oh, that's fair, yeah. Okay, so I need Cherubi and whatever the fuck is number 102 in the Synodex.
102?
Yeah, let me see.
Taking a dump now, taking a dump on the can. It is Chadot.
Really? Oh, I haven't... I know where that is, yeah.
Of Castoria.
Yeah, I know where that is, that's fine.
Take.
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 Oh man, Zeno, that would actually be sick. Like digital unknown that's like.
They're made of LCD like type blocks, like the green.
Oh yes. Maybe they go. Maybe they could have. They could also have A B C D E F and be like hexadecimal.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to do 0 through 9 and A through F, then yeah.
Yeah.
You're not what I want.
SMH my head.
Weasel. I like Weasel, don't get me wrong, but like, it's not what I want right now. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I wanna really, really wanna think. Oh, chatot. What? What happened? Wow.
Nothing. It's one of the settings of my brush and CSP were weird.
Hmm. Oh, it has to be daytime for this?
Oh my
I can catch a
god!
weasel and trade it. Hold on, we're fine.
Okay. Whew. I wonder what a
Perfect
pain in the
timing.
ass.
Perfect timing, my friend.
You want me now? You want me now, asshole?
Weasel. It does feel dumb. It's like buoy and weasel. Like what?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, or like buoyant and weasel. Sponge garb, boy.
I guess, yeah, because floatzel, yeah.
Sponge garb, wee
Makes
wee.
sense.
Oh yeah, sponge garb, wee wee. Yeah. Would you like to give Weasel a nickname? Absolutely.
Name him asshole.
No,
I
I-
won't be able to.
Yeah, I'll be able to. I got this.
It's funny that you can still name your rival stuff like that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I just devolved into like second grade Poulter there. Like, name him,
Name him.
asshole.
when you got on my case a little bit for naming a ass face. Oh, the Cherim train is on Iron Island. Okay, well I guess we're going to Iron Island.
The Cherim trainer is on Iron Island. That's peculiar.
Pecuniary greed. Whatever the fuck that means, Nayuta.
What?
No, I think Nayuta one says like pecuniary greed in one of the cases, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean, dude?
What a pretentious fuck.
Well, this is a cool. The space box is really cool. Well, you can have goodbye. Goodbye,
Oh, no.
goodbye.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Norton antivirus. Now this is actually a decent trade.
Yeah.
You've been naming your rival after your friend Chris since high school. Nice. A rap. I'll take real good care of it after I stick it in a box. Actually, it might already be there.
It'll live happily in a box for
Yeah.
eternity.
As we all do.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah. Now I just have to go to Iron Island. Ron. Do you want to set? Yeah, absolutely. And
Does
then
he use an Aeron? I thought he used a...
who? Riley?
Yeah.
No, he uses a Lucario or a Riolu or one of them.
Yeah. I was like trying to figure out why people were saying... Why people were talking about Aaron. Like, what?
I just like saying Ron. Hello. Anybody home? No. Man, this is really happy music for Iron Island.
Oh, I fucking love that song.
Mm-hmm. Like Sir Aaron from the Lucario. Oh yeah, totally not Riley.
Oh, right, that guy.
Damn, what a big boy, an Onyx. I just got out of a battle and now I'm back in another one? What the hell?
Wait, did you get into a random fight on the same tile?
I ran from the fight, I ran from the wild battle, and then this camper turned around. And it was right there. Didn't even get to move. Oh yeah, you can encounter white spot steelix. You can also encounter them in Victory Road, because I caught one. That would be cool. God, the Colosseum style has so much. The Colosseum style, they deserve another game. I absolutely love. Yeah, go ahead.
And having that be like the mechanic, like you're taking like forgotten Pokemon out of PC boxes, would actually allow you to catch like a lot more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was always my biggest gripe with those, with Coliseum and XD, was how limited the selection was.
Mm-hmm. You found an iron ball. Well, that would be great for Fling. I've been thinking about getting rid of Payback on Dripple and giving it Fling, so that way Unburden just activates.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't get the stuff back in single player though, do you?
I thought you did for Fling.
I don't know.
Because knockoff, you definitely get the stuff back. It's not like in fucking Mystery Dungeon where you get Bug Bite used on you and then, like, that's it. Sorry. That Reviver Seed you wanted, it's gone now. God, Graveler's so chunky.
Ooh, that could be cool, Woot Master. Like, you're part of like a.
Cypher
Well, I guess-
enters the metaverse.
I guess you wouldn't need. I was gonna say like you go into the PC to save the Pokemon that have been forgotten, but it would be like. I don't think it would need to be that involved. I think you'd basically just be able to like put them on a USB stick,
Yeah, probably.
or literally just withdraw them like normal. God, my nose. Jeez.
Nose!
Nose!
Nose! Nose! When he says it 2 times in a row and they sound exactly the same.
Like that one part in Cloudberry Kingdom where he's like, dude!
Dude! Well, I got my shiny Pokemon in a crypto wallet, yeah. The new unknown variant is actually blockchain.
Oh god. Oh god.
One of the capstone projects today was on blockchain, but I didn't understand it. I'm not. There has to be a more environmentally conscious way to do blockchain out there, but like, oh my god, how is it so bad right now? Okay, we got Cherim. I'm out of here. Screw you, Riley.
You know, like, can we
The
just like do all
blockchain.
this, can we just like take all the can we just like take all the same calculations and like work that the computer needs to do and just like do it slower?
You mean like by hand slower? Because those calculations are insane.
No. Like, well, because like if you were on like an intensive game,
Mm-hmm.
your PC works harder in the same amount of time, right?
Yes.
So surely, so I don't know how much they're really forcing. So couldn't you like, but if you make the game, if you like run the game at like a quarter the speed,
Mm-hmm.
it probably won't struggle as hard, right?
Maybe. This was weird. That I haven't really thought about it before. Hello, Lucas.
I mean, that's like why games. That's like, I mean, that's not really why games lag. It's more like the other way around.
Wait, what? 149? What am I missing?
149.
No, that's not the number. I'm just missing a Pokemon. somewhere in this list. Probably something stupid. It's Combi. Where am I supposed to find a Combi?
Better start slathering that honey
I
tree.
can't slather no fucking honey. You can.
Gotta keep drinking that Mountain Dew. I want to draw Vespiquen. Vespiquen rocks.
Vespiquen does rock, but I had so much. Aaron's Vespiquen gave me so much trouble as a kid. Oh, maybe I can just find it in the Grand Underground.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I haven't even been to the Grand Underground since like the second stream of this, so.
The Grunda. Isn't this the third?
Okay, the
Or is
first
this the
stream of
fourth?
this. Oh, that's right. I did it. I went there between streams 1 and 2, just to dig.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's start in Snowpoint City.
man, I always want to draw Vespiquen, but then I remember that drawing Vespiquen has math.
Yeah.
Because her bottom half is all geometric.
Yeah. Keep doing that geometry homework. Oh wait, I don't want to do. I want to do by myself because I am alone. 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 Alone.
Alone.
Alone.
Alone.
Alone.
Alone. Alone. Oh, okay.
Alone. It's grass. No, this is ice. No, 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 no! Get away from me! Get away from me, not Van Zeeks. Why is this icy cave filled with not Van Zeeks?
I've heard that apparently,
Hmm.
after you enter one of those rooms,
Yeah.
like, you can like save and quit the game, and the Pokemon stay the same.
Really?
So if you and you can see if a Pokemon is shiny on the field there.
Hmm. Oh.
So you can see if Pokemon is shiny, save, and then if you fuck it up for some reason, you can try again.
Wow. Hey, Pro Ugly's here.
Hey, LMAO.
I want. Do they scale to what badge you have? You-
Yes, I believe they'll be like level 50 or 60 now.
Wales, we're not exactly crypto posting. I don't understand the blockchain enough to crypto post, and that's what we're talking about. How complicated the shit is.
Oh, you can't see if it's shiny? Okay, well, that's weird. Apparently that would have been too hard to program, I guess. SMH.
My head.
A-palm. Cool.
A palm. Nose pass.
Find A-palm in this area. Nose pass!
Grovile. Sounds like gravel, which makes me think rock. What the hell? Is that a dragon? There was 0 indication. You found 2 down. Okay, cool. I see. This is Glacial Mr. Mime. Ugh. Oh, you can surf down here? Hell yeah. Sneasel's gonna kick my ass if I walk too loudly. There are purposes for it. I'm not gonna lie and say it has applications because like cryptocurrency is based off of the same foundations that cryptography is based off of, and cryptography is actually useful. So like, it does take an inordinate amount of electricity because the calculations are so complicated that no normal computer can do them in a reasonable amount of time.
What about an unreasonable amount of time?
Oh yeah, sure. A normal computer could probably do it in like 100 million years or something like that. Once you get into like the level of complexity for those stupid algorithms, like it just becomes like the most absurd numbers are just the answers. Maybe they're looking for new primes or something like that. I don't even know. Yeah, decentralization's a huge point. Whiteout Cave. I'm looking for Grassland Cave. This is not bad. Maybe looking underneath Snow Point City was a really bad idea.
Maybe.
But I didn't expect the underground to be snowy as well. Like in Pikmin 2, that's not the case. I mean, that's what I'm saying, like... I thought it would be warmer down here. Wales, I mean, you're a math person, so, like, you would know... If you looked into it, you might actually be able to tell us more if you did the research. But I don't expect anybody to want to do that research. It is also dead-ass snowing underground, you're correct. Oh, I just have to press Y to leave. Okay, Grand Underground map. Can I... Okay, so I have to go. Well, I'm so glad they let me use the map while I'm down here. All of this because I don't want to slather honey trees looking for Combi. Oh, absolutely, Wales. I think, like, I don't know anything about it, and I would hope that eventually it becomes more environmentally conscious and, like, reasonable. But I feel like it could have practical applications for security purposes because of how much it revolves around cryptographic principles. Not that I know much about cryptography. I took one class on it this semester, and it was the hardest class I think I've ever taken, so... What are with these? What is with these icy caves? It's like icy.
Cold.
I don't see.
Cold. Cold.
Is this it? Are you Squidward? No, this is icy cave again. Can I use my bike down here?
I don't know why that's so funny to imagine. Biking through a mine.
Biking through a mine. Oh, we're in an isolated part of the... Where am I supposed to go? South? I guess I'll go south.
Gotta go suck.
Sus. Let's go to Twin Leaf Town and dig there. That's about as south as you can get, I think. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm drawing a best for Gwen.
Hey, y'all sussy... Hey, y'all sussy baka's about to make me act up. He's not just daddy. He's more than daddy to me. He's like grandpa.
Oh no.
I love that line. I don't know what that's from, but I love it. Grassland, here we go. Oh, there's Cherubi. Hello, looking for a bee?
A bee?
I'm also looking to pick up this fucking Pokeball here.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
Bug Buzz.
Why can't you? Oh, there we go. Why couldn't you pick it up?
I assume the Joy-Con got desynced or something. Where is it? I am looking respectfully. They called you sir? Oh no. God, Cascoon looks so fucking stupid without the spikes.
I think you've said that every single time you've seen a Cascoon.
It's true.
I know, but it's just funny.
There it is. Yo, bro. Is it a female compy? No, it's a male. Unfortunate. It's level 61.
Oh my god.
Because
I
it
hate when they-
scales.
I hate when they, like, both Combi and Salandit, I think, are, like, 87.5% male,
Look
even
at-
though only females can evolve.
Look at Cascoon trying to catch
God.
me.
Fucking baby tail ass Cascoon.
You continue, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was... What was I saying?
Something of, oh yeah, how male combi is like so common, but they can't evolve. So they just suck.
And Salandit. Like,
Mhm.
Salandit is the same way. Like, it's exponentially more common to find males, but only the females are useful.
Mm-hmm. No, Starly. Why do they call that the bees and the salamanders? Why do they call that talk the birds and the bees?
Well, it's a very logical...
I'm asking the questions that were not meant to be asked, clearly. All of them, yeah. Hello, oh, I know you. Greetings, Professor Rowan. It's been a very long time. I'll tell you, Sinnoh certainly is a long trip from Kanto.
Oh god, Bootmaster.
Of course.
That's
If
painful.
it means meeting new Pokemon, there's no distance to...
Clowns singing with one voice. Like, they have the exact same hairstyle facing
I
each
mean,
other.
oh my
perfectly
gosh,
mirrored,
you're right.
like
Why?
license or something. What is this?
Why?
Go build me a chair, asshole. Go back to your workshop.
It's like the Spider-Man meme. Jesus.
Does Rowan almost have a mouth?
Yeah. It's under the mustache. I like your cut,
Because,
G.
like-
Jesus, yeah. Why is that so funny? Maybe because I can read it in your voice. I like your cut, G. My name is Oak. I look like a Funko Pop, just like everyone else in this game. Yeah, it won't be easy to complete the National Pokedex. However, in fact, it will be impossible. However, I'm sure you will try. Romanus Park.
Man, yeah, that is true. It's literally impossible in this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're not even like... Man, what is his eyebrow care routine?
Well, one is aliased and one is not. Or one is
No,
anti-aliased and one is not.
Oh, like, his eyebrows are a completely different color from the rest of his hair.
Are they? I
Yeah,
guess.
his hair was like... No, Oaks.
Oh, Oaks.
His hair was like white silver, and his eyebrows were like a rich dark brown.
He's dyeing his eyebrows. There's nothing wrong with that. Is that Rourke? Well, Rourke, what are you doing here? Hey, yeah. When I heard that you defeated the Elite Four and entered the Hall of Fame, I rushed straight here, except I had to wait until you completed the National Pokedex. Or the Sinnoh Pokedex.
It took him that long to find you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Title Defense? Okay. God, you know, I will train up, and I will do a stream of me fighting gym leaders a second time.
I'm curious if they're actually difficult in this version.
They used their platinum teams at first, I think. Your hair is bright orange, but your eyebrows are blonde. Wow.
Whoa.
That's wild, actually. What about the Champiest? We'll get there. There's Swinub on Route 217. Guess what I don't care about?
I love that Galactic just has ads.
I know.
Like,
Let's go to Ramanas Park. Where did they get that name from? Ramanas Park.
loud ass water bottle. Jeez. Good lord.
Oh, look at these two singing with one. Oh, I dodged them.
Nice.
Give me an ether. Shut up, bitch.
Shut up, bitch.
What is that from?
I have no idea. I was about to ask you the same question.
Yeah, I thought you would know. I was like, what the hell? All I know is that Tim says it.
Oh, I want to say. Oh man, either a Let's Play or a Let's Play of a Kingdom Hearts game, maybe.
Oh, I went the wrong way. Now it's gonna ask me if I would like to use another one.
God, that's so stupid.
I knew if anybody would find that funny, it'd be you.
Would you like to use another one? It's like, this isn't Zelda 1 if I don't go in the direction of the arrow.
Will you turn around? I want to have a double battle so I don't have to fight you two separately. Turn around. Oh my god. Bitch. Thank you.
Oh, really, Yak? Cool.
Oh,
You can get the DS sounds now.
oh, cool. So much is open now. The Stark Mountain, the resort area, the other area,
Finkel and Einhorn.
whole area. They really
Battle
didn't.
area.
They didn't really bother naming these, did they?
Try. Great fucking root music over there, though. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. God, this feels like overkill, what I'm doing now. Please tell me you got a critical. Yes. The sniper critical hit, stab, night slash.
Oh my god.
Drop
You
Lord?
murdered him.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Ilka for being too cowardly to render a male swimmer in a Speedo in 3D. You found a bottle of Protein.
Prot. Hiccups, please.
Ornstein and Smaller ruined for me notes. Out here and on no longer playing like Finkel and Einhorn. Oh my god. Finkel and Einhorn. Einhorn and Finkel. Oh, there it is. Would you like to use another one? That's gonna be our raid message.
Oh, absolutely. Would you like to use another one?
Oh, look, Scam for X's, or where was that like a year ago? You mean I have to fight a trainer no matter where I go? So I walked all the way around here for nothing? People consider you an ace trainer. I consider you in my way, so please get out of my way. God, the Ace Trainers look so fucking stupid with their pumpkin spice latte outfits.
It looks really cool in the originals.
I know. The best Ace Trainers, apparently, I was told, and I think they come from Kalos. The designs are A1.
I always thought I always liked the Unova ones.
Those are good too.
Yeah.
Gira Farig, as Tim called it one time, I think.
I'm gonna go look up the Ace Trainers. The Ace Trainers in Alola, I remember really liking.
Mm-hmm. So now that I have the Nat Dex, I can probably go get Giratina. Potatoes au gratin. This is Ramanas Park. Chain counter. Oh boy. They really rendered the Pokédex in the most inconvenient way. Or Poketch, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. Ramanas Roses, okay. How do I find the legendaries?
Interesting. For, Masters,
Yeah?
they took the male Ace Trainer from Sun and Moon and the female one from Oras.
The fuck is this? The Soul Room?
The Soul Room?
This looks like some sacrificial ritual, you know?
What else was I the only one who thought Girafarig evolved from Wobbuffet? I mean, I could see with the tail.
It's just a funny thought now.
Like the rest of the Wobbuffet hatched and a giraffe came out. Would you like to use another one?
Squall Room. Squall?
Oh, that's where you find Kyogre, I think.
Kyogre, yeah.
No, Squall is Lugia.
Oh. What do I get the Sheikah Slate, dude?
I think you find them in the underground.
Oh, what?
You mine for them.
Can I do that now?
I would imagine so, since they.
There's a
let
time
you
and
in
place
here.
for everything, but not now. Fuck you, Rowan. What have you ever done for me?
He allowed you to keep the Pokemon that saved your life,
That's true.
that you stole out of his briefcase.
So now I can just, like, dig underground and find shit? Okay.
Yeah, you can find cartridges.
Oh. The wall is bulging slightly. As Edgeworth would say, the bulge. God, the clink of the iron is so irritating. You know what that means.
Especially because it somehow prevents the shockwave from affecting things around it. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, shit, I missed. Wales was for real. Yeah, no, that's
hilarious.
Mhm.
I love it. Taking a take.
Oh my god, Mind Vine? Jesus Christ. I actually thought Mind Mine was one of the more competent. Actually, all the minigames in V3 are somewhat competent, I think.
Oh, V3. I was thinking Generation 3? Hoenn? What?
Nah, yeah, Danganronpa. Dang it, Grandpa V3. Version 3.
Version 3.
Oh no, yeah, no. Oh, psych taxi, but like the hookers.
Good.
Good. Thanks, Farron.
What? Oh.
I am a master. I haven't gotten the diploma yet, but it'll come. Presented my capstone, which was the last thing I had to do. I don't think I have to pay to graduate, thank God.
Terminology is weird to me.
What?
Like capstone?
Yeah, because it like caps off your journey.
Yeah. Seems like a weirdly like mystical way of putting it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Capstone? Like it's like I imagine you going up to like present a project and it involves you like nestling like a little stone egg onto like a pedestal.
Capstone toad.
Toad.
Toe print.
Toe print.
Like the cap on the pyramid, this pyramid like the Illuminati on the $1 bill. Yep. Oh my god, look at this, no rocks. Christmas miracle. Oh, but we're stuck with 1,000,000 pieces of iron, though. What the hell is that? Oh, that must be is that Zamazenta?
Oh, maybe. I think you need to clear off a little bit more off the bottom.
No, I think it's good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At least now I kind of understand what I'm looking for. Mysterious shard L. What?
Yak sent me a DM.
Oh,
Did he send you the same thing?
no.
Giraffe rig evolving from Wobbuffet like, and it's the clip of SpongeBob where Patrick unzips him, where the gorilla unzips the Patrick costume.
Oh my god. What the fuck is that? That's
Yeah, see, and then it gets on a horse at the end, a four-legged mammal. Ah.
yeah. You sound like you're trying to look for Pepe Sylvia.
This whole box is Giraffe rig evolving into Wobbuffet evolving into Giraffe rig.
Wobbuffet.
Did I? Oh my god! I may have just unlocked a deep memory. Did I used to pronounce Wobbuffet Wobbuffet?
Maybe. Don't.
I think I might have used to pronounce Wobbuffet like that.
Hey, a fossil for Shieldon. Yay.
Oh, thank God!
I was worried.
I was worried we weren't able to get that. Man, fossil Pokemon in Sinnoh suck.
They're both really bad, yeah. Cranidos is fearless shit. Another shield? Is that like 2 chances at fucking Zamazenta?
I don't think that'd be weird if you could get Zamazenta in this game. That must be What did it say what it was when you got it?
It said Mysterious Shard L. It's shaped like a shield.
Fuck is that? Mysterious?
That's also the first time in my life I've said Zamazenta correctly. Usually I...
Zuz.
Oh, it's not Zamazenta? Okay. Because usually I'm like, oh, what are those legendaries called? Zachary and Zimbabwe? Like...
You don't. What the fuck kind of middleman bullshit is this? You don't dig up the slates in the underground. You exchange the shards for them at Ramanas Park.
Why?
Why the fuck wouldn't you just dig up the slates?
It's the same thing!
It makes no difference. And it doesn't make sense anyway. If they already have them, what the fuck do you... If they literally already have them at Ramanas Park, why the fuck do we need to go looking for this random bullshit?
It's such a dumb thing. Also, Ramanas Park is such a weird name for it. Where did that come from?
Ramadas Park.
Mm-hmm. Such a weird name.
Well, Vespiquen ended up with boobs.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
As it should have been. She is mommy to a lot of bees.
That's true. I'm gonna shade it now. Finkel and Einhorn.
No, I just don't understand the origin. Like, it feels random as a name. What is this? Oh, a Luxray statue. Cool, I don't know what to do with those.
Look up Ramadas Park and see if what it's named after.
Mm-hmm. Like, it just feels like such a vast departure from Pal Park, you know? Ramen ass park. Yeah, exactly.
Ramanas Rose. Okay, what the fuck does that... Oh, okay. That is... Okay. It's named after the Ramanas Rose, which is the alternative name of a Rugosa Rose, which is the official flower of Hokkaido, which is the model for Sinnoh.
Oh, that makes sense. See?
That's circuitous as fuck, though. Like, why not just
Where do I
call it, like...
Hello.
Why not just call it the Rugosa Park? Like, what?
Where do I trade in these shards for, like, slates?
To, yourself.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to see a Pokemon that does nothing but eat and sleep. No, I'm not showing you that. I don't have that. Hello. Oh. Oh, here we go, yeah. The other thing. Discovery Slate. For one, I'll take two. I'll take Tyson.
Why the fuck would you need to trade for them if they already have them?
I don't know. Because you can get small ones, I think. Discovery Room.
You can only catch each legendary once?
Oh, I found the Discovery Room. Oh god, the Reggies! I'm not ready for this.
Oh god. Regis Philbin.
No. Do I need 3 of these stupid shards? I have 2!
You might need one for each one, yeah. And you might I think if you fail, you can use another one.
Hmm. Pure space. Hello. See you, Palisade.
Goodbye!
Corporation has monetized legendary safaris to drive tourism. Hello. God, could you imagine if I walked up to Reggie Steele here and would you like to use another one popped up?
I'd like to use another one. What if you could just throw a Pokeball and it broke out and it was just like, would you like to use another one? And it's like, yeah, you just throw another Pokeball.
I hope these things aren't like fucking level 95,000 or level 1.
Actually, the last thing you can do here, I'm pretty sure.
GGZGZO. What the hell? Well, that's some music.
Eh?
Started so violently. Oh, it's level 70.
Why the fuck isn't it playing the Reggie theme?
I think the Ramanas part has its own battle music.
That's wrong. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something.
I don't know.
I was going to say the last thing you can do in Ramana's Park. Do you care?
No, I don't care.
After you catch Giratina,
You can get the Gracious Orb, I guess.
you get the Grizius Orb. Is that how you pronounce that?
I say Gracious.
You get the orb
Mm-hmm.
by fighting a level 100 Origin Form Shadow Giratina.
Wild.
It's still just like a regular ass fight. Like, it's not like you don't get to send out like 5 Pokemon against a boss, but
Oh my god, after missing after missing with Zap Cannon twice, it has decided to use Lock On.
it's like, alright, fine! Fuck!
You win! Alright, I'm gonna switch out for Sweetheart because, you know, I'm assuming it's gonna try and use Zap Cannon on me. Oh, it went for Heavy Slam? Are you kidding me?
Well, it knew you were gonna switch.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did. It knew.
Uh-huh.
It's one smart cookie.
Oh, I have Lightning Rod. Okay, it can't do that. Okay. Did you know Lightning Rod in this game affects your partner in double battles too?
I didn't it always?
No,
I thought it always did.
not to my knowledge.
I could have sworn it always
Also,
did.
it's fucking daytime as fuck out here. Look at this. How am I supposed to use a Dusk Wall in this?
Yeah, weren't you in a cave?
Yeah. We're in pure space right now, so it's different.
Oh.
My bad. It always did affect your partner? Because I do not remember, because I would have like Jolteon, and I was a dumbass and had like Jolteon and Manectric on the same team, and I swear it didn't happen.
Tell you I did.
How did Lock On fail? Are you already locked on?
Good question.
This song do kind of bang, but it's not the Reggie's theme.
It's not the Regis Philbin theme.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same.
Okay, it's me, Regis Philbin. Now, bitch, you know I ain't one to gossip, so you only hear this from me. Let's be clear on that. But why did Shaquana call my phone and tell me that Malik said that Trayvon said he don't like you? I'm trying to get something started between y'all, but if I was you, I would smack that bitch.
Good lord.
Why do you have superpower? Oh, right, they always have superpower. God, imagine if you had to fight these Reggies at level 1. And all they know is fucking explosion.
Oh god.
You gotta catch it up, you get one ball.
And if you don't get it, you have to go get more shards.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
What is that?
What?
That voice you just did.
Oh no,
there.
that was like similar to like a voice Emma Stone did when she hosted SNL. She was like, hell yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh my god, just like end. Please go away. Reggie steals attack fell. Reggie steals defense fell. Sweetheart fainted. Okay, good. Now don't make the same mistake as Tim. Use next Pokemon. Jesus. Maybe I should start throwing some like not those balls at it. And like you like Ultra Balls? No, you do not. The good news is I think it's used superpower so many times it can't really do anything to me.
That's right, because that lowers your statistics.
I forgot how catching legendaries could be. I mean, I got spoiled by Palkia.
Yeah.
Oh, as soon as I complained. Thanks.
Oh, nice. So happy.
Alright, so I know what I have to do. These Reggies are these legendaries are exempt from my mundane thing rule.
You gotta name Reggie Poulter.
No.
No.
It fits perfectly.
Reggie the... What?
We're having the three Johnsons.
Oh, I see.
Reggie the Rock, Reggie the Steel, and Reggie the Ice. Okay, now that I've done that, let me save again and then go back. Oh, look, a little statue of my man here. At least I'm glad that I at least happened to find the Reggie thing. Regiquana, Regaleek, and Regaphon. Regaphon is what I'm gonna choose to pronounce that as. Oh look, it's Regis. Who am I gonna fight this with? Oh, Sweetheart's still dead. Okay. Gina Simmons is probably the best option here. Jackie, what the hell kind of cry is that for Regice?
Did it sound diff?
No, like the Jackie, yeah, Jackie from Jackie Chan Adventures. Uncle, is that you?
Ow, my eye.
You know, Yak, I will rename them because that's way funnier than my thing, and I already did that for Pokemon Ruby.
Wow, I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Regice has real good special defense. It's nice.
Yeah.
A nice, not frail-ish ice type. I love that one. I love that scene so that little thing so much. Yeah, you have no idea. I completely understand.
I've never seen this intro. I will look it up.
If I use Power Whip, I'm just gonna kill the damn thing at this rate. So. Take it, you found it.
I didn't expect it to be in the first 5 seconds. Why?
I love that show so much. I grew up with that shit. I've been there personally. I've gotten so scared that I've turned real.
Wow, did that? I literally didn't see Regice's HP bar move when you used Muddy Water.
It moved a little bit. Let's get Nina out here. All right, Wisconsin.
Quit yawning, man.
Quit yawning, you're stupid.
I desperately need to find that video where Tim makes fun of his yawns.
Oh, it has Blizzard. Oh, dear. Whew. Oh, my God. Okay. You win. Jesus Lord Almighty.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Regice has never done that much damage in its life. When was the last time you ever saw Regice do that?
Well, I mean, Drifloon has really low defenses, so
True.
it's got a lot of HP, but
Oh, thank God! I thought it just annihilated itself. Oh, of course, that's right. You have Zach. Oh my God! Jesus Christ! What is happening? This is a Jackie turn real moment. Yeah, that should be an animated emote for somebody's
Oh my
channel. I don't
God.
care who.
oh my god, that'd be so good.
What do you mean almost had it? It shook twice. God, at this rate, if it uses if I hit it with like tackle, it's just gonna die. I love. Oh, hey, Moot. Ready ice.
Regirox is always my favorite in that.
This is what you do after Shaquana says that Malik says that Trayvon says he don't like you. What part? What part?
Oh my god, yeah, RTX Jackie moment. It's like the new Certified Dogs moment.
Oh my God, you're right.
The RTX Jackie moment.
Okay, this song do kind of slap though. Yeah, Regice just aimed a sniper rifle at me.
Man, that's a mental image. Like Regice hunkered down aiming a sniper rifle.
That would be incredible. I love Regice's design, actually. I don't know what it is. There's something so appealing about it.
Oh no.
Yes.
Hey, nice.
All right, yeah. I need your expertise. Which one is Regice of the trio?
Should it be Reggie Ice? Because it's not Reg Rock.
I refuse to say it like that.
Reg Steel.
Well, because it's Reggie Rock and Reggie Steel, but like they didn't make two. This is Reggie Quana. Okay. Alright, now we just have to find the H slate. Or another discovery slate for this. So. Hello. What amazing Pokemon you caught. I got a Regice statue and a Registeel statue. I didn't exactly catch those for you, dude, so relax. He's like, thank you for showing me. I was like, okay. Reginald Ice, yeah.
Oh god! I almost knocked my water bottle over.
Oh gosh.
It was empty.
Still scary.
Yeah.
Oh boy, just what I wanted, another box with a statue in it. Don't sound too disappointed, Twy. Oh, is that the root fossil? Why is it so big?
Oh my god!
Why is it shaped like that?
The fuck?
Look at that.
Jeez, what a long dick.
Damn,
Oh my
Lily.
god, it like loops around.
I know. That's true. Ice cold. No, that makes sense. Oh, a Gardevoir statue. Neat.
Ah.
Ass. No, wait, that's Curlia.
Nah, well. Ow.
Alright, give me more Zamazenta crystals or whatever the fuck.
Oh, thank god, an iron ball.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh wait, no shit, that's a heart scale.
Ow,
Thank,
no!
thank God.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to shame anybody. I don't know about that, Farron. So what would, do you know the quote for Battle for Bikini Mountain is like, he's got something of steel and muscles of sand. And
I've got
eyes of
nerves
joy. Nerves of steel.
I've got nerves of steel and muscles of sand.
And eyes of joy.
Jelly. My Poseidon has been
Bleached. No,
by a mighty foe who
you must.
pay.
God, I thought he said bleached as a kid. I was like, because he just waxed the floors, you know? Cry all you want. Not here. We just wax the floors. If that robot really is like Patrick, he'll eat us for dessert. What should we do?
As he dramatically eats ice cream.
Dun, 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 dun. Where is the dig spots, dude? Dude! Oh my god, you know what the worst thing in the world is? When you're playing that Mario Party 10 minigame where you have to like go on like the boat as fast as you can and not hit the urchins, and you're in the leftmost slot, and somebody else's online prompt comes up and covers up this part of the screen that you're supposed to look at.
Oh no. Oh god.
It sucks. Swampy Cave, Jesus, what the hell? Pineco is here? Oh, you move pretty fast for a pine cone, actually. My bad.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Is it? I thought that was just swamp ass moot. Cooked ass, you know?
Cooked ass.
Oh, it's a sunstone. I thought it was another slate. Oh, yeah, you were making it funny, huh? The wall is bulging. The bulge. Show me the bulge. Alright, that was violent.
Man, I wanted to draw Regice sniping somebody, and the fucking poses on Google are absolute garbage.
Yeah. No good reference art for Regice holding something.
Well, no, I can't even find the pose I'm looking for of just a regular-ass dude.
Oh. Oh, like a dude on one knee holding a sniper rifle?
Like a dude, I wanted like somebody, yeah, like hunkered like behind a wall, like pointing their rifle through like I don't know, like the barracks or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like that angle, and there's just fucking nothing.
Damn.
I mean, how the hell do you search that? Sniper hunkering behind barracks, aiming gun. Like, it's not gonna get you anything.
Too specific.
Yeah.
Of course, I find two of those damn things, but I'm not looking for them. Now, as soon as I know what they are, I'm not gonna find a single one. Oh, but good, I found a blue shard.
Meet the sniper. You know, I bet that probably has the pose I'm looking for.
God, this takes me back to going, like, this game, going in the underground like this takes me back to when I was a kid. My parents dragged me off to some function that they had to go to, and we had to stay overnight. And there were these older kids here who had this Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and so we would have spent all night going underground and like hanging out.
I remember one time sitting in the car for like 2 hours waiting for somebody at like the hair salon or something. I don't know why it took 2 hours. I mean, I'm probably exaggerating there. Making poffins.
Poffins. Poffa. I am looking for the shards, man. Give me the shards. 3 confirmed, but one of them better be a fucking discovery. Stop with the box. I really don't care about the boxes. I don't have a secret base.
You should make a secret base.
No.
But you could like it's not like just a cosmetic thing.
Okay, maybe I'll make a secret base, but like I'm worried that like if I do that, it'll give me more boxes, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna make it. I think it's clear that won't make a difference.
And I have to go through this long-ass animation every time. Oh, Gallade statue, look. Husband and wife.
Nice.
Oh, I remember they gave Lucian a Gallade in Platinum.
Yeah, he'll have that if you fight him again.
That's threatening.
It's his new ace.
Yeah, because Bronzong wasn't exactly much of an ace.
Yeah.
Once you find out which ability it has, it's like, well... Oh, a Damfrock? Really? Oh, an Icy Rock. My bad, my bad. Oh boy, a titty-leg statue.
Excuse me?
Medicham.
Oh. I was trying to like reverse engineer a Pokemon name that sounded vaguely like that.
No, I saw a reaction image of like, it was like a picture of Van, it was like a zoom in on Van Zeeks' leg, and then on the next image it said, "Take good care of Titty Leg."
Ow.
There's a picture of a Metachan. Your eye, cock jacking.
Need to go to bed, maybe.
No offense, game, but I really don't want this shit you're throwing at me. I want, like, what I want. What is Harate?
Oh, that's the sniper throwing his jars of piss at people.
Oh. Oh wow, an odd keystone.
Oh, cool. Man, it's large.
I know. This must be a dry rock or whatever the fuck it's called.
Heat rock, I think.
Maybe. The one for Sandstorm I thought I meant.
Oh, for Sandstorm?
Yeah.
I think the Sandstorm one has, like, sand on it.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I thought it's a smooth rock. Yeah, that's the one.
Ah, yeah.
Smooth rock. Please, all I want is one more Discovery Slate shard thing. Give it to me, please. My crops are dying. Shout out to having to sacrifice half of your team just to catch Regigigas because you need the Reggies with you. Also, man, Slow Start is such a dumb ability. I wish it didn't exist.
It really isn't as bad as people make it out to be.
I guess now Regigigas can learn Protect, so it at least can stall it out.
Yeah, and it only halves 2 of its stats, and it's, like, Regigigas already isn't that fat. Like, speed doesn't matter that much, it's bulky as hell.
Mhm.
And 80 attack is still, like, pretty passable.
It is passable, but like when your entire thing is how high of an attack stat you have. I don't know, it'd be like, it's the same, it's like slacking, but worse.
No, it's way better than slacking.
I disagree.
Not being able to move every second turn is better than 2 of your stats being halved for
Yeah, but like you're only good, the only 2 stats worth talking about. Like,
it's a legendary Pokemon, all with 680 base stat total. All of its stats are huge.
I guess. Please, my Pokedex. Please, my wife. She's very sick. Oh, Glaceon. I thought about using Glaceon, but I didn't want to wait till the end of the game, and you can't even get EV early in this game. You have to wait till the Nat Dex. Give me something, come on, game. Oh, I asked for I didn't... something a little more... What is with these stupid boxes? This isn't SpongeBob. Isn't there anything on that isn't about boxes? And now back to championship boxing. Man, I can't believe I beat all of Battle for Bikini Bottom except for like fucking the socks and shinies in one day.
It's not that long a game.
Yeah, but like when I was a kid, I couldn't figure out Goo Tank or Ahoy.
Which one is that?
The one where you have to like use the cruise bubble to close up the spout that's spewing goo in Dutchman's Graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not obvious in the original game, I think. Am I cursed? Is this my curse? What is this, a rock box? Oh, it's normal. Hi, Chansey. I've never ever enjoyed these stupid random. Stop giving me boxes. Oh my god. Oh good, another face fossil or whatever the fuck it's called.
Duh. Isn't it just a skull fossil?
I thought that was Cranidos.
Oh. Plate fossil?
We're about to see. Armor fossil.
Armor fossil.
Yes, because when I see that egg with a little thing with a little inner tube around it, I definitely think armor.
Well.
Man, I feel like Rockhawk when Bowser stomps on him. Pain.
Pain.
Oh, there was a Slowpoke in there. I didn't see him until it was too late. I like Slowpoke. Wow, a ton of Swinub have appeared on Route 217. Cool, I guess.
Swinub don't normally appear on Route 17.
217? No, they're a swarm. They're a swarm encounter.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
But they're not in that's not... Okay, I know they aren't in Platinum. Because I had a Mammothswine before I beat the Elite Four.
Hmm.
You alright? You sound very low energy.
No, I'm just looking at the wiki. Mysterious Shard S. Okay. Acquisition. Grand Underground. Oh, thanks. Oh man, oh man.
Oh man! That is exceedingly weird that they would have a Pokemon that they added an evolution for not be available like normally in the main game.
I mean, that sounds par for the course for Game Freak in this era.
I mean, you know what? They did worse. They did worse in Gen 2.
Oh good, a Firestone. Guess I wasted all that time in the Fuego Ironworks. This lineup is a Platinum Dex only Pokemon. Yeah, sounds right. I'm not gonna go for too much longer. I'll give it like another 10 minutes. If anything, I'll grind for shards off screen. Oh my god, why is there so much fucking iron?
Ugh, the worst.
Every spot. Oh, what? A dragon, but fine.
I love when, like, 80% of the fucking screen is, like, 4-layer, like, rocks, and it's like, okay, I guess I just won't get anything.
Yeah, like, what's the point? I'm glad all I got was a box with a dragon on it,
Like,
but...
You know, if I saw that, I just wouldn't mind there.
Mm-hmm. Well, a Garchomp statue. I think I have 2 of those now. Oh good, another Everstone that looks like that. Man, I'm hungry. I'm gonna sleep so fucking good tonight, you have no idea. Knowing that I have nothing going on.
Yeah, I
Tomorrow.
can imagine.
It's gonna be so nice. Please, Mr. Please, Mr. Underground, I just need 1 shard. My family is very sick, and I just need the shard to catch the Reggie Rock to sell.
Wonder how much you could sell a Reggie for on the Poke Black Market.
I don't know, more than 500 Poké Dollars.
Buckets of ducats, I bet.
Yeah. I think it recently occurred to me that Goombella says that because it's buckets of ducats.
Yeah.
But, like, ducats is funnier.
Ducats is, like, way funnier.
Goombella, Ella, A. At least I got a water stone.
Well, thank God.
Yeah.
You
Where
could
would I
have a
be?
Star me?
Yeah. No, what I can do is I can give that to Lily because her pond is dry.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh look, Tangela and Gloom.
Ooh, cool. I didn't know you could find Gloom in Sinnoh.
You can now that you have the National Dex, baby! I can't believe the last Pokemon I need to see was fucking Combee. That's really funny. At least they give you a way to see every Pokemon in the damn, like, Dex, except unlike, RSE.
Yeah.
I love that my rival no longer is my rival. And, therefore I cannot see their final Evolve starter. Whenever... No, I didn't make that one. Yeah, that was not me. Man, do I make French fries at fucking 3 in the morning?
Do you?
I have a bag of French fries in the freezer. They're crunky.
Kronko?
Yeah. Just put them in the oven.
Because they're blues.
Oh, you
clues.
you made it, but you don't know who you made it for. Oh, I
Oh, you're
misread.
talking. I didn't realize you were reading chat.
Oh, good, a leaf stone. Let me go back and catch that Gloom. Please, sir, I just need some discovery. Instead, all I'm getting is boxes. What if I leave the underground and come back? Maybe that'll give me better luck.
Stage 3, bargaining.
I mean, like, not to be, like, conspiratorial, but, like, I haven't found a single one since I came back to the underground this time. But I found 2 in rapid succession another time. The answer? Pepe Sylvia.
That whole box, it was Pepe Sylvia.
Yeah.
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 Wow, a star piece or something. Do 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 do. Man, the other day I tried to do post Hooktail but pre Chapter 2 pit, and my dumbass walked right into the pit without upgrading my partners or picking up Mega Rush P.
Oh my god.
And I made it to level 73.
Holy cow, really?
Yeah.
Good.
It took I almost died on I actually almost died on like floor 71, I think. Because it was three wizards and one had a stopwatch.
Oh my god.
And I didn't have enough HP to survive it. And so what happened was they all started tickling me because that's the one attack I can't super guard on them, I swear to god. And then the dude used a stopwatch and I got a lucky and it missed.
Oh, nice.
And I was able to turn that shit around like it was a Phoenix Wright trial. Did you start watching that VTuber on GAA, by the way?
Oh, I did. I'm halfway through. I'm 2 hours in.
Nice.
I got sick.
That's fair. So you're in case 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Kazuma's hot.
I forgot. When I watched her play 999, that game has full voice acting, so I didn't realize she does voices.
God, when I did Great Ace Attorney, I gave Kazuma and Ryunosuke like really similar voices by accident, and had to really try to another fucking. But I'm so tired of this. Isn't there anything on this fucking underground that isn't about boxes? But like anyway, yeah, I gave Ryu and Kazuma like really similar voices, and I had to like, I was worried that like chat wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but thankfully they were able to pick up on it. And then Ouchie was just like, I'm Ouchie, you know.
Of course.
Ouchie. Joy-Con, stop
thank
desyncing.
God.
I know.
The fairy statue.
That's what I wanted. Can I shove that thing into the slate slot?
I love that. Just like really aggressively and angrily shoving it in where it clearly doesn't fit.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying before you laughed?
I said all these stupid statues look like the statues you get when you're trying to find something cooler in Stone Kirby.
It'll fit. Yeah, Paper Star. It'll be just like I'm putting a fucking luggage into the overhead bin. Everything was dug up and none of it was what I wanted. What is in this box? Pray tell. Another one of these? That's an F too, of course it is. Rub it in.
Good lord.
Good Jud Lard indeed.
Should. Lard. I have nothing left in my brain.
Same, I'm gonna stop in a
Brain
minute
is
here.
Totally empty.
I just want to clear up this rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Rotation.
Like that's a noun or something.
A rotation?
Yeah, I know it is.
Okay. Oh god, just what I wanted. Another.
They know you like them because
Yeah.
you're getting them, obviously.
Yeah. I should really stop. What is that? Oh, it's a small piece. Okay. We're in there. I need 3 of those, and I have 1. So. I'm so glad I at least found one of them. Now I have to go to the stupid box cutscene.
You could just stop digging them up.
That's true. You're right, I didn't think about it.
You piece.
You pieced. You pieced. What are you pissing for? What are you piecing for? What are these orbs even good for?
I have no fucking idea. I know what they were for in the original, but that function is not here anymore. You traded them with random dudes for, like, traps to fuck with other players.
Oh, another box. Okay, not good enough. Trade them for stuff like TMs. Oh, okay.
Oh, like TMs. Wow. That's actually cool, then.
They're actually more useful than they
Yeah,
were.
they actually have any function at all.
I cannot believe. I was like, I'm gonna end soon, and then the game was like, hey, have some hope as a treat. Something pinged in the wall. Yeah, it was me. At everyone your fucking face later, game. That didn't make a shred of sense. Where did everybody go? Go! 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 Four confirmed. What is this? Oh, is it? Oh, it's an old amber. Okay, that's actually kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Oh, oh, oh no! Was one of those was the Zacian Zamazenta thing? I think.
Oh, no!
Damn it! Damn it! Because I was too busy getting the old amber. Dame Dane indeed. Dame Dane. Dame yo. Dame Dame yo. Dame Dane indeed. Alright, and with that, I think we're going to end it off and maybe raid somebody. I don't know who the fuck is live on a Wednesday night.
Well, we know what the raid message would be if anybody's there.
Oh man, Protein Jin is live actually.
Protein?
Yeah, let's raid.
Hen Yen.
As a fellow charioteer, let's raid Protein. Oh, Crazy's live. That might be better. Shit. I didn't see Crazy at first, but now I see her.
What's the wording on that?
Would you like to use
another one?
Yeah. Me with my classic long raid messages. So we're gonna raid crazy, but first I gotta do a little speech. If you're not following me on Twitter, good for you, honestly. Discord is here. If you want to join, you can. We're a friendly group of people, and we're probably gonna do some kind of like Christmas karaoke night next week. I think that my server's planning one of those. That'll be fun. You can follow all of the members of the Smile Time charity Twitch team here. These streamers will all be participating in the event on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. each of those days. It's gonna be wild and wicked and crazy, and I'm the first block of the event, which is, you know, fun. Being the opener is neat. And I've got a bunch of crazy incentives, including some ridiculous stuff. So, stick around for that. And lastly, all of the charity... Why did Reggie Fauna call my phone to say that Reggie... That doesn't... I can't even see that whole thing. Oh my god, now I can see that whole thing. That's such a long message. Crazy's just gonna, like, laugh at us if we use that, though, but I can't... Anyway... Yep, all the charity details are right there. Let's raid Crazy Sunshine, who is one of the people on that Twitch team that I mentioned. Don't raid charity. Raid Crazy. Crazy _ Sunshine. And you know what? Use either raid message if you want. I don't care. Or use both. I might use both.
Both.
Both. BOLTH. Except, that's such a fucking long raid message. If it was Mark, I would absolutely 100% pick the raid message Paper Star came up with. Alright, see y'all later. Bye! Suddenly you were powering down. Alright, we're gone.
Ugh.